I believe could have added a lot of value to the work. And the recommendations, in my opinion, are quite vague, in the sense that it is not enough to say there's a need for policies. You have to be able to identify what policies to be enacted by who, to be executed or implemented by who. And I think other listeners at this conference should pay very close attention to this aspect, because energy transition is a purely economic phenomenon. In Africa, more so in Ghana, we are going a demographic transition at the moment. And everything is changing. So it is imperative to streamline our conversations and make them look as solutions-oriented as possible. Of course, it is an academic exercise, but what is the end result? If I picked anything from CEO Marlowe's presentation, was the fact that all our academic endeavors should not end in the four walls of the classroom, or should not be geared towards getting a certificate. It should be solutions-oriented, and the first step of providing a solution is to identify the problem and present them adequately, even to audience that are not very familiar with the jargons in economic parlance. So that is my observation, and that is my take on this work. Aside from that, I think Mr. David did a very, very brilliant job, and hope to see him at the next edition of this event. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm sure that he's taking note of all these and would correct duly. I don't know. We have also a question on the floor. Please, from Jusu. Please, you have the floor. Can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon again. I have been in Ghana for 3 months. I did some training in Akosombo and also in the Pond Power Plant.
Can you unmute yourself?
My brother spoke about economic. Good afternoon again. Translating maybe into have been in Ghana reality on the life of people in Ghana, talking about energy transitions. But let me just take him back, to a few moments I've seen, or maybe I have observed in Ghana, concerning about the social and corporate responsibility of Akosombo and also Pond Power Plants. Some people, like especially in Pond, right, they do interfere with some electrical equipment because the social corporate responsibility of those villages who were moved or who were deprived from the facilities because of the location of the facilities, and that's in their locations. So they just think they are being disadvantaged. It takes a situation in their own hand because I think they are not meeting their needs or social corporate responsibility. And also going back to this place, Akosombo, right at the tail end of the downstream of the powerhouse, right? Some fishermen come very close to that dangerous place without even know whether sometimes the power plant, this turbine are off, and automatically they can come on. And when this happens, if somebody's around there, because of the trend in the water, so some of them get entangled and even some of them die. I don't know what these people are, the Ghanaian either government or people are managing this hydropower plant in those two locations. They are doing anything much also to alleviate some problem of these people. Of course, 2 years back, I think everybody can agree with me that, one of the Ghanaian guys, youth, got himself executed on the high tension power cable. Of course, he said, according to what I heard, he was just going through about economic situation in Ghana. And if you are in Ghana, actually you can see a big gap between the poor and the rich. If actually you go to these villages beyond Accra or beyond these big areas. So the gentleman came up with a very good maybe formula on this economic formulas. Understand? We want to see the reality on the lives of people, despite maybe their academic or their political affiliation they might have. That is my question. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, David, can you answer that question?
Yeah, thank you. I think we've also lost David. So I think you can just address this in a more general format and conclude the track because of time. But I think we do not have David here also online to take that. But I'm going to relay this to him, and maybe he can communicate to you via email. So thank you so much again to our moderators and our presenter. You did a very good job touching the topics. Of course, when it comes to energy transition and economics, we need to be more streamlined and more concrete in terms of the recommendations, so that it's easier then to implement and also to make it clear how the actors, both government and industry players, can actually come in. So now we would actually now be going to the next session for today, number 2, which is going to be on energy transition financing. And for that, I believe we have Professor Ambrose. Professor Ambrose, if you are here, are you here with us to moderate?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. And then we also have to present Omoniho Iriha. I think I can already see her the slides. So I will hand over to you, Ambrose, to do justice to this particular session track. And then, yeah, after that, we will be taking a 20 minutes break. The floor is to give you perhaps an introduction before giving the floor finally to you. Professor Ambrose Kiprop is a former DVC Administration Planning and Strategy and former Dean, School of Sciences and Aerospace Studies at Moi University in Eldoret, Kenya. Thank you so much also for being here. Okay, the floor is yours to introduce the presenter and for you to start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for ably presenting me to the audience and the rest of the participants. It's my pleasure to be in this meeting and also to moderate. And without much ado, kindly allow me to introduce our presenter for this session. And you'll forgive me for the pronunciation of the names if it doesn't come out as it should come out in our native languages. So our presenter is Omoniko Erika, who is going to present to us this very important session, and is going to present on financing the energy transition in sub-Saharan Africa. So he will make his presentation in 20 minutes, and then thereafter we will move to the panel session where all of us will participate actively. So without much ado, kindly allow me to request our presenter to present. Erika,
good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here.
Good
Paper
morning.
is titled Financing the Energy Transition in Sub-Saharan Africa. So just as a background, Sub-Saharan Africa has contributed less than 4% to climate change globally. However, most of the most vulnerable countries in terms of climate change are located in Sub-Saharan Africa. In addition to this, more than 600 million people in Sub-Saharan Africa have no access to electricity. Even in spite of this, Sub-Saharan Africa has received less than 2% of the annual global spend on renewable energy projects from 2000 till date. The reason for this research and the aim is to highlight the challenges with investments in renewable energy projects in Sub-Saharan Africa and propose policy and financial solutions to addressing these challenges. Energy transition needs in Africa. For my review of energy transition plans in selected African countries, the energy transition needs in Africa is quite huge. Nigeria, for instance, requires up to $1.9 trillion to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2060. Ghana requires about $550 billion United States dollars to achieve net zero carbon emissions in 2060. South Africa, under its Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, also has stated that it requires $98.7 billion United States dollars to achieve its climate commitments. This is just between 2023 to 2027. So you can see from this just analysis of these few countries that the climate investment needs, financing needs is very huge. So what are the challenges to investing in clean energy in Sub-Saharan Africa? From my review, I gathered that a big problem is the high cost of capital. This is attributable to the political risks in countries within Sub-Saharan Africa. Poor microeconomic conditions. We have very poor fiscal conditions, and this affects the lending rates. We have foreign currency risk. We have lack of sovereign guarantees because most countries are not in a position to give sovereign guarantees to renewable energy projects. This dramatically increases the cost of capital. In fact, research has shown that it is much cheaper to execute renewable energy projects in the global north than it is in places like Sub-Saharan Africa. Obviously, investors would want to go to where they would get higher returns with minimal risks. Another thing that we have found is that there's gross limited access to capital. There's not enough early stage financing in forms of venture capital for renewable energy companies to scale in Sub-Saharan Africa. There's also insufficient liquidity in local capital markets. Local capital markets are not deep enough to provide the amount of financing that would really support renewable energy investments in Africa. There's also lack of legal and regulatory certainty. The rules on permitting, licensing processes, they're not very clear in some jurisdictions, and they're also subject to a lot of change. We also have foreign exchange regimes that don't work well in practice. For instance, although some investors have certificates of capital importation in Nigeria, it's still a lot of investors have had to face a lot of challenges with repatriation of foreign currency from their investments in Nigeria because of issues with the foreign exchange situation in the country. So these kind of issues really affect investors' willingness to invest in clean energy projects in Sub-Saharan Africa. Another big issue is the poor transmission and distribution infrastructure. We have very weak utilities, very financially weak utilities that are not able to pay their debts. We have tariffs that are not cost reflective. We have extremely high network losses. We don't have smart metering technologies, and we have very poor collection rates. You know, these are real challenges that affect investment in clean energy in sub-Saharan Africa. We also have very limited availability of bankable projects because of the enormous amounts of risks in doing projects of this nature in Africa. We have very limited availability of bankable projects. So sometimes you even have investors and private equity funds say, you know, we want to invest, but we can't see projects that can guarantee good returns, you know. And we also have very limited technical capacity, especially say for renewable energy manufacturing. There's not a lot of local capacity, and these are has affected investment flow into sub-Saharan Africa. So to address these challenges, obviously we have to address them because we have to deal with the issues that we have to improve energy access, and we have to ensure that, you know, we are at the forefront in the fight against climate change. Some innovative policy and financial solutions that we can use for renewable energy projects are going to be discussed now. For investments in mini-grid and standalone systems for productive use, we need a very clear legal and regulatory framework. Nigeria, for instance, has mini-grid regulations, and those regulations have really helped in the acceleration of investments in mini-grids in Nigeria. We also have tools like performance-based grants and concessional consumer loans that can also help with financing mini-grid and standalone systems for productive use. What these tools will do is that it reduces the affordability risks for the end customers. In most places where you don't have access to energy, and it's usually in very low income areas. So in places like this, when you have concessional consumer loans and performance-based grants, it can really make investments in those areas attractive for investors. Governments can also consider having subsidies for electricity tariffs in very low income areas, especially, you know, in rural areas. For investments in transmission and distribution infrastructure, you know, we could have things like sovereign risk guarantees and indemnities. You know, if investors know that the governments are willing to provide sovereign risk guarantees and indemnities for projects, it would really encourage investment in the sector. You also have political risk guarantees because you know well that doing business in sub-Saharan Africa comes with a lot of political risk. So having political risk guarantees will greatly encourage investment in the sector. Foreign currency hedging solutions as well would also encourage investors. You also need things like public-private partnerships. This would be for bigger projects, like, you know, if you want to upgrade and extend the grid system, this would really help. Cost-reflective tariffs as well would really encourage investment in transmission and distribution infrastructure. For large-scale solar projects, from my research, tax incentives will play a big role to encourage investments in large-scale solar projects. This could come in form of tax waivers, it come in form of import duty waivers, even carbon taxes on the use of fossil fuels. Things like mandatory renewable energy portfolio standards would also mandate service companies to ensure that part of their electrical output is from renewable energy sources. So laws like that would also encourage investments in renewable energy projects. Feed-in tariffs and feed-in premiums would also ensure that investors are able to repatriate, you know, their proceeds, their investments, and that would also encourage investments in large-scale solar PV projects in sub-Saharan Africa. Upgrade of the grid infrastructure. This is very necessary if we're going to really scale the investments into large-scale solar PV projects, so that we don't have a case of, a lot of network losses where these projects are being deployed. Credit enhancement guarantees would also greatly improve investments in large-scale solar PV projects. This can also allow local Nigerian banks or local banks within sub-Saharan Africa, not just Nigeria, it can also encourage them to invest in large-scale solar projects where they have sufficient credit enhancement guarantees, for instance, from multilateral financial organizations. For clean cooking, there's been a lot of investments and a lot of new financial models for clean cooking projects in sub-Saharan Africa. For example, pay-as-you-go models. These have really come and changed the game really in terms of encouraging investments in clean cooking projects. Another tool is concessional consumer financing. Spoke about this earlier in terms of mini grids and standalone solar systems. This can also greatly improve investments in clean cooking projects, and it could be deployed by project developers, microfinance banks, or even utilities themselves. As an example is in Kenya. You could I'm sorry, have I been muted since, or I just got muted? Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Oh, of course. Okay. Okay, so for clean cooking projects, I just discussed clean cooking projects and the examples of innovative policy and financial solutions. In addition to appliance finances, you could also use results-based financing and carbon markets. It's been projected that carbon markets alone, can unlock up to $800 million for clean cooking projects within the next decade. So this is really something that we need to look at in terms of how to improve the livelihoods of women and girls in sub-Saharan Africa. In terms of industry, especially, in terms of manufacturing industry, to encourage investments and in clean energy projects, one of the ways that government can do this is by tax incentives, through carbon taxes as well, and designing emission trading schemes. This would also encourage companies to invest in clean energy projects and even reduce their carbon emissions. Also, removal of fossil fuels would encourage companies to, look at other renewable energy sources. Another way that governments can try to reduce fossil fuel emissions is by having sector-specific national carbon budgets for industries. We could also have public procurement reforms where governments would say we would prioritize giving contracts to companies that have that focus on reducing their carbon emissions. And we could also have mandatory climate disclosures. All this would encourage investments in renewable energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. Finally, some innovative financial instruments and models that we can use in this to encourage investments in renewable energy in sub-Saharan Africa are grants, venture equity financing, blended finance. Blended finance is really where you have different financial tools or instruments being packaged together in order to reduce the risks for investors. So you could have grants, loans, guarantees, and they're all blended together in a financial solution to reduce investor risks and increase investor appetite. We also have public-private partnerships, which I have discussed earlier, green bonds, credit guarantees and insurances, political risk guarantees. We also have emissions reduction linked bonds. These are a new type of bonds where the bond proceeds will be tied to the reduction in emissions in respect of the projects. And then sustainability linked bonds as well. Carbon markets is also a very good source of financing for clean energy projects, and results-based financing as well. In summary, this study aims to highlight the challenges and investments in clean energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa and propose solutions to promote clean energy investments. The results show that there are several barriers to investing in clean energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. Based on the identified challenges, I have tried to propose several policy and financial solutions that can help to improve investment in clean energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. The study, in summary, helps us to better understand what are the challenges facing clean energy investments in sub-Saharan Africa, and how can we solve this using innovative policy design and financial instruments and models to scale clean energy investments in Africa. Thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon from first take questions so that we can take note of the issues. Then when we start now delving into the panel discussion, we can in a position to raise all the things at the same time. So I think the questions would come first. Then continue. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Presenter. What a eloquent presentation. Also, thank you for your analysis on the Western Sahara energy transition and also in relationship with environment. But you touch on two areas or three areas which actually I need some clarifications. How your data was, how did you get your data, the 4% of the renewable injection, penetration into the system. And also you said about 600 million population in Western Sahara, Africa, are lack of electricity, lack access to electricity or energy. And also you spoke about some financial challenges, for few countries, South Africa, I think Ghana, Nigeria, though I mean also within the Western, the Sub-Sahara Africa, in Sierra Leone, you never mentioned about my own country, also we have some challenges. But let me take you back. I think last year I was doing some comparative studies on the renewable energy and also environment. I think the climate finance, which is one of the organs of the United Nations, I think they gave some money to South Africa and also Indonesia how to move their renewable energy system, how to go off from the coal energy so that we can have a good environment. So I don't know whether you're aware about that. I read the article, it was online, understand. So today you are talking about huge financial, assistance for South Africa, maybe Nigeria. Of course, I can understand Nigeria, understand Ghana. Of course, my own country, despite it's very small within the Western Sahara bloc. So I would like you also to go over this 4%, this 600 million population in Western Sahara without energy, and also this war UN climate finance, because to my own believing, they are giving a lot of finances to different countries, especially those who are actually hooked on this climate and on coal, which is one of the huge problems we have in Africa or around the world. So this is my concern, please. Thank you.
Okay, so so most of the data that I got was from research. I looked at reports that have been published by the International Energy Agency and International Renewable Energy Agency as well. So those were the reports. That's where I got the data in respect of the 4% and the 600 million people who have no access to electricity. Well, I hear you that a lot of investments have been made into, in terms of climate and finance, but the reality is that it's not enough. And the data shows that investment in clean energy projects has been lagging behind in sub-Saharan Africa, especially. And so this paper is just a call for action. What can we do differently to ensure that we get the finance that we need for these projects?
Yes, thank you to the presenter. There is one area you made mention of, the clean cooking and the method of subsidizing the technology. First of all, I want to know which technology in the clean cooking space is being used in Nigeria, and also for the RBF you made mention of, which area the RBF is focusing. Is it the demand side subsidy or the supply side subsidy? Because clean cooking is a new phenomenon the West African countries are now going into. So we actually want to get experiences from countries that have already been in that area, so that we be able to replicate such experiences in our countries for us to get a successful project. Thank you. There is also another question. There are two questions, sir. The other one is the technology used. Yes, yes.
Sorry, I think Engineer Musonye is speaking, but he's a bit muted.
Can you get me? Okay, I've removed my headphones. Now, I'll not introduce myself because of time. I'll just wade into the issue of the RBF, result-based financing, and which is the best way to look at. Now, when you look at the markets, energy markets, and you really want to change a market, and you look at the supply side, demand side, the side that has more potential and more information actually to translate actions into results could be the supply side, because if you like do RBF for the people who are developing the cook stoves themselves, it's easy. If you affect one player in the market in the supply side, then this one player affects 50 in the demand side. So the most cost-effective way of looking at it, from my perspective, and from what I've seen in countries like Ethiopia, I think Ethiopia has been having RBF before, is to go supply side, then the supply side translate the effects to the demand side. Thank you very much.
I think that it's important to address the issue from both sides, both the demand side and the supply side, because clean energy is a really big problem. And most of the people that have clean cooking is a really big problem. And most of the people affected by this have challenges with even financing the clean cook stoves. So I think it's a blend of everything, including innovative financial models, for instance, pay-as-you-go models as well. All this together with, the subsidies should be designed to reduce the cost for the end users. Okay, in my view, we need all hands to be on deck. So we need both philanthropic financing, and we need support from both multilateral financial organizations, and we also need support from local financial organizations. So I can't at this point say, what percentage should come from those kind of organizations, but I would say that at this point it's imperative that all hands are on deck. So the support should be from, everyone globally, because the climate impacts in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, it's very adverse, and we need to be tackling it as soon as possible.
Yeah, thanks so much for stepping in, and really thanks all Erica for really responding to all these questions, and of course all of us for contributing. I just kind of, Erica, you are answering what I just wanted to pose was like, what can we do? Because most of the universities, especially public universities, are having serious challenges in terms of finances. And, of course, all of us would really wish to embrace renewable energy, harnessing solar and then ensuring that we are able to cut down on our electricity costs. However, what is really keeping us off from this is the costs that are involved. And how best can we, mobilize or engage government so that our governments are able to support or even guarantee financing, to invest in renewable energy? Because by public institutions utilizing renewable energy will be able to, other than cutting down on costs, but also serves to convince the public in terms of really going green. So I don't know, how best can all of us, drive that kind of agenda. I welcome people to share on this, and I'm happy that Tovero Energy is sponsoring this event, and probably they can also be a better place to assist chipping on that kind of question. Yeah. Welcome, members. Yes, I see Clinton. Clinton, go ahead.
Okay, am I audible enough? Okay, so I want to the speaker, Nico, for the wonderful presentation. So I just wanted to also ask that there is a trend also within sub-Saharan Africa where we see lack of accountability within various stakeholders in terms of putting in finance to proper use. So I want to also ask, like, is there like a kind of recommendation in terms of accountability? And also, when we're talking about financing renewable energy projects, there is this very huge importance in transfer of technology. So how do we really see that we can, liaise with the right countries, build partners that will actually transfer this technology and not just financing it, because it's just beyond financing. So about transfer of technology. So this is just what I want to ask.
Erica, you want to respond, or anyone also, in the audience can chip in, because I think this is a panel kind of session where anyone, let's feel free to share. But Erica, if you have a response, an attempt to Clinton's question and concern, you can go ahead. I see Dr. Engineer Musonya. It's like you want to you want to assist us in that.
No, actually,
Fine, go ahead.
I didn't get the question right. Well, would you please refresh, because it's been the network has been a bit hazy? Then I can respond. Actually, I heard about accountability, but that's the only thing I heard actually.
Yeah, Clinton,
Okay,
you can rephrase briefly.
Okay, thank you. So, question is just simple. We're talking about financing renewable energy projects. So, I'm talking about lack of accountability. Like we've seen, even not just in the part of stakeholders here, we've seen even the financial, the organizations of countries,
Hello.
whatever, trying to.
Am I on?
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, audible, yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment on the professor's plea to companies. So I had the opportunity to see what happened. Yes, Olufemi. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so like I was saying, we've seen a lot of trends in figures, coming from different left, right, and centers, and this money sometimes don't really, we don't really trace it in terms of, are we actually getting these funds liquidated? Are we getting it through different means of support, to be able to transition? So my question is, how can we recommend transparency within sub-Saharan Africa, knowing that we have an issue of corruption, which we cannot really deny? This is a huge trend that has been really taking the work that is supposed to be done backward. And also, I'm talking about transfer of technology. Africa really don't have technology enough. We have the skill sets, we have the human resources, but in terms of the technology, how can we, be able to layer with the right partners, countries, stakeholders, financiers, and all that to be able to see that we actually make progress in this. So this is just my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Erika.
Okay, so if I can just answer the question in relation to accountability and corruption. You've raised a very valid point, but I believe that it just depends on the structure of the financing solution. So if the solutions are structured in ways that the funding gets closer to the private sector without, a lot of moving through hierarchies of governments, that can also significantly reduce the corruption risk. And I'm not saying that governments are corrupt. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it limits, how much the money limits the transition of the money. It just goes straight to where it's needed, and that would definitely limit corruption, and it would also help in terms of evaluating and managing transparency and monitoring. I think that would be a big solution for that. I also believe that we should be forward looking, that African countries are overcoming corruption, and we have good governance systems, and that should be our approach, rather than being worried about corruption. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's our responsibility as Africans to ensure that integrity is part of us. That we are trusted by people who are funding us. Again, the funding institution will always come with stringent, measures or conditions that must be complied to, because no one will give money just for free without ensuring that the impact eventually is felt. Again, I don't know. I don't want to disagree much, but I would say that Africa has also skills We also, in a way, transferring skills, knowledge and skills. And there is the PASET, which is being funded by the African governments, which is ensuring that they are supporting, the partnership in applied sciences, engineering, and technology, ensuring that the skills and knowledge is being passed from, one to another, and probably we need to enhance this. And I'm happy to report that the various governments are really supporting this. It's a kit that is managed by the World Bank, and a number of countries have, given money. I think Olufemi wants to say something, and then after Olufemi, we go to Juzu or Yusu. Olufemi, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed the last 2 days. The last 2 days has been amazing. I just wanted to add something. I wanted to keep something in with regard to financing. So what I found out in the parts of the world where we have really suffered from what we call corruption is that most times when you say government, then we shut down our other options. But I've seen that there are several options. Like in recent times, we will notice that a lot of people have gone outside of Nigeria to raise money, even without government involvement. You can raise so much money out there. So I realized that the major problem most times is access to information. Those who have access to this information don't make it available. And those who, like for instance, I've been a part of this now. How did I even get to know about this? It was just through one, someone did a broadcast and I saw it and I liked what they were talking about, energy. And that's how I'm here. And I know there are so many people like me who would love to be here, but because they don't have access to this information. So access to information is very, very critical if we must address this issue. The other thing is a lot of us work in silos. Someone is doing this there, someone is doing this there. It's just candles. We can't really make a burning bush that way to create the kind of impact that changes Africa. I looked at a video of Indonesia and I saw how they laid solar panels on top of water because they don't have the kind of flat land we have in Africa. They have hills in Indonesia and they're making use of water to generate so much electricity. I was in Israel too, the same thing, on the rooftop of the farmlands. They turn it into energy generation and sell to government. So what I'm asking myself is, we have so much resources here. We have sun, we have rooftops, we have all those things that other people are turning into serious sources of funds, sources of energy and all of that. It's just the access to that information and then collaborating, working together. I believe with Tovero doing this, Uniport joining in, that is academic and that is business. We now need an arm of government. I heard from someone in government yesterday, when you have that kind of agreement and you can engage on a consistent basis that way, I don't think this thing should end today. I think the conversation should continue. How it's going to continue, it can continue on social media. These are the kind of things we're talking about on social media, not all the other things. So how do we drive this conversation beyond here, take it outside of this place and let it go viral? That's for me, will be the success of such kind of high power information loaded deliberations. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Olufemi. You have really come in strongly to give us hope and to say that we need to continue the dialogue even beyond this conference. I want to believe that the conference organizers will share maybe the contacts among all of us. And then Olufemi kindly share also these opportunities that are existing outside so that we will also try and, this continent is ours. We must make an impact. Thank you so much. Then do I say Ngobe, Yusuf, or Yusuf, please go ahead.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon again for such a brilliant discussion we are getting for our continent. We have been laboring on, crime finance and also maybe technological wherewithal and like of it. I think Africa, we've got it all. We've got the resources, we've got the enabling environment and manpower, even money. understand? But the problem is we need to get our act together. Let me take you back to Ethiopia. Some of us, I think, some of you here, you are aware about their Great Renaissance Dam, the Millennium Dam they are constructing, 6,500 megawatts. I was there 2016. What happened? They met the World Bank, IMF for loan. They said, no, we're not going to give you money for that. What they do, each person that is working in Ethiopia, either inside or outside, as long as you are sending money to your country, you are going to contribute no matter how little it is. They are doing such mighty construction of 6,500 megawatt project. And of course, you and I know that energy projects is very expensive. For hydro, 1 megawatt is about $1 to $2 million, I think. And we can do it. But the reason here is we have been looking too much to the West or some Asia countries to give us the money when we have all these resources in place. And another thing again, we are talking about corruption. Of course, we cannot avoid that. Corruption is like epidemic in Africa. It runs in our bloodstream, understand? If somebody gets in the position of maybe controlling money, maybe $1 million, $2 million, $4 million, what is going to think about it? Either you take that money, go and settle in the US, understand, or build so many houses, understand, and leave the other people suffering. So if we can also do away with our law, enforcement of law agencies, with government partnerships, and also lack of corruption in the high places, I think we can do it enough. Of course, education is another thing. Like some gentlemen are talking about, this discussion shouldn't end here. It has to be a continuous process. Because if we are propagating this message of corruption, of doing the right thing, of taking care of our own environment, I think even the next generation that is coming up, they will aware what is happening. Look at Rwanda. They are not from space. They are on basic Africa. And we are not saying they are 100% perfect, but at least they are making a leading role in many areas, which most African countries are lacking. We can cooperate. Okay. The last point now I want to make is we have to work like in cooperation, right? Or a partnership. I just want to quote UN SDGs, understand, which talk about Goal 17, which work with partnership, private or cooperation. That will help to do away with most of these problems today we are facing. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those contributions. I don't know if anyone has anything burning, you can contribute before, Dr. Engineer Musonia, please.
Thank you, Professor. I just had maybe a few things to mention that will take 2 minutes or 1 minute. The first thing is most of the times when you talk about financing strategies or challenges, the thing is, and Jusu rightly asked or questioned the numbers. We fall short of the numbers. I'm talking this because I work for government actually, and I am also in the academia. So we talk of positive analysis. What we need to do even before maybe we look for money or doing anything, we need to have specific numbers on the desired market outcomes. If we say we want to transition, we must say we want to transition 50% of these people by this year and we need this much money so that we can have policy goals. Then we have the market outcomes. Then when someone comes into finance, be it RBF or any other kind of financing, it's easy to link the goals or the outcomes to the goals, and we can get the value for the money. That's called the ROI for that. So that's important. Then number two, of course, we have to monitor. We must monitor our progress. We have so many projects running across Africa, but some of them are clashing and there's progress not monitored. Then some of them, if you look at the finance, the financial aspect is mostly on doing studies, holding conferences and everything. So you put a very small bit to the actual work. And that's what we need to change actually. Most of the times, especially if you want the partners to assist us, we need to tell them that we can hold only one meeting and spend 10% of the finance on meetings, then the 90% on getting the real goals. I'll have talked quite a lot, but I think that's what I can do for now because of time. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I see that somebody saying the private sector will be very important in terms of improving the energy access in Africa, and that they should be part of the market. Again, that the public sector must let them get this part of the market. So I think we should embrace whoever is going to offer a solution to join us in this energy financing. Any other, that you feel really, of course, all what you have said is important, but if you feel like you need to share it now before I return the session to the. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that great assistance. So, Dr. Engineer Sonia, please, we allow you just these few minutes before we wind up. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So actually, I've heard most of the speakers say energy projects should be actually linked from government. What we think about is decentralization, where you say, traditionally energy markets have been a government function most of the times. So we need to decentralize to give the private sector some leeway in doing these things. But then there is a problem to it. If you really want good financing, the government must back you up, because we say they are the ones who are risk-free most of the times. So even if it's a private sector and they want really to get some good financing, the financier will always want to get the backing of the government. They have to be given the guarantees to do that. So you can't these projects cannot work in disparate ways. The government and the private sector have to work together because private sector will want land. If the government determines that that project is good for the economy, they will grant you land. You might want a way leave when you're doing your projects. It's only the government that can come in and convince people to give you a way leave to do that. So they work hand in hand. I talk this from experience, someone who has worked in private sector and in government at the same time. So they are required, but we need to expunge, of course, corruption from both ends. You know, the government is corrupt with the private sector. They work together. We need to expand that. Then local banking sector has not really had a lot of interest in energy transition. Even here in Kenya, actually, most of the financiers are these concession loans we get from other countries, mostly from Europe. So it's something that we need to come in, and now this takes the effort of everyone because the currency that the banks use is trust. If the bank has no trust in a certain market, they will not go there. So we need to build trust in the banking industry, local banking industry, to ensure that the players in the banking industry have interest and they have trust, they have the confidence in the energy transition projects, that they can finance the projects and they can get a payback into that. And we can still do that actually using ESCOs, energy service companies, where a bank finances the energy service company. The energy service company works on a result-based project. Then the bank gets back their money in terms of saving. So those are the other things, Professor, I wanted to mention before we end the session. Thank you very much for giving me this second time to finish my thoughts.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Engineer, because in a way you have really captured the real theme of the session. So the government role is very important, while we welcome the private sector who will also assist us a lot. And then we both private and public sector to work together to, of course, academia, we are in between there. So members, I think we are done with our session. I want to thank everyone for the active participation. Thanks also our presenter, Erika, for the good job, well done. So I request that we still continue to join the other sessions that are upcoming actively. And Tovero, our funders and part of the organizing team, please ensure that, you know, we get updates for those of us who have been here, so that moving forward, we are able to contribute on this energy sector. So over to you, Anthony. Or Tovero, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this amazing conference. I think it has really been very resourceful. And also, I would just want to add that ahead of the planning for next year, we can have a community like a group to really keep in touch and share the progress of what we're doing. I think this will be mentioned for the next annual conference. Thank you. Yeah, community, I mean like an online community to maybe social media, instant messenger. So.
I want to say a very big thanks to the organizer of this conference. And I want to say it's a very good conference that we help develop renewable energy in Africa, especially in Nigeria, because I was once a student of University of who have a lot of potential of renewable energy, like solar in Maiduguri. They are not utilized, but I live with this conference because when I was in University of Maiduguri, I did a project on a solar tracking system using renewable energy as the light emitting distance, is sensors. And presently, as I'm talking to you, the project is being used in Congo. They use it to pump their borehole, which the solar energy rotates 360. And I believe if this conference can go a long way, government coming into to sponsor, it will go a long way to help those communities that have a very high potential of renewable energy source in their community to improve. I'm so happy on this conference, and I believe the government will also look into it and use this innovation to improve most communities that doesn't have access to electricity and even pipe-borne water, because you can use renewable energy to even pump water and do things. So I'm so glad for this conference, and I'm privileged by this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. What really I want to know is that since we are now going into this cooking energy, clean cooking energy space, I really want to know if there are other countries who have developed policies to guide the implementation of this clean cooking energy, or if you have any policies around that, you can just share with me so that we'll see how Sierra Leone also can follow on this trend. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Hello? Yeah, I think we are on networking, not actually questions, but I'm very much happy about a timely conference like this. And like we have said, the conversation has to continue until the desired outcome is met in Africa, as far as carbon emission and carbon neutrality, and also for environment and also renewable energy desire is met. Actually, this is my area. My master's was in environmental engineering and in China, and I worked in hydropower plant over 10 years, and now I'm doing my PhD in the renewable energy, specifically on solar. I'm working on solar absorber using a maiden material, which is actually new research, which was discovered little 10 years ago in the US. So I'm doing a lot of simulation, but we are not manufacturing it in Africa. No, of course, Africa and Asia for now, except in America. And this is actually good because it's more efficient than the normal solar cell or solar photovoltaic cells, understand? So I think next year conference, I will also present a published paper, which I'm working on now, understand? And I'm very happy to be part of this community because this is my area of expertise. I've been in it for the past 10 or 11 years, and I'm also ready to learn more new things, which maybe I've never heard from anybody, or maybe from books, understand? I think I'm happy, when this is opportunity was extended to me, and I'll make use of it, and we'll collaborate with one another, each other in our individual project, individual country, to see how best we can help ourselves, understand, in this energy dream and also environment. And because one of the things I keep telling people, we cannot talk about renewable energy if we neglect the area of environment, because these things are integrated together. Understand? If we put these two key things together, we're able to have a sustainable environment or sustainable development. But what's happening sometimes, some people ignore one of the areas and this other area creates a problem. So like you cannot have a comprehensive approach to this either environment and also renewable energy approach. And we're very happy your organization is tackling these two areas, which is the most important thing now. Of course, finance, of course, that is not my area. I can't say much about that. Understand? So thank you so much. I'm always ready to be part of your group.
I think he's probably going to join very soon, but I'm happy to stare it until he comes along. He's my colleague. Yes, that is correct. We're joining in from PNG University of Technology, 1 hour flight up north of Australia. Yeah, that's all right. Thank you very much. Good morning to you there, or good evening to my folks here. So it's my pleasure to lead this round along with my colleague who will be joining, I think, pretty soon. Now we have 4 presentations. Tonight, this morning where you are, I would prefer that we have 2 presentations in a row, and then we'll take questions after 2 presentations. So if he's available on ground, it will be my pleasure to call Mr. Paul Okaim to talk to us about the development of an optimized system for powering-based transceiver stations in Calabar, Nigeria. So, Mr. Paul Okaim, it will be you coming first, and then followed by Mr. Hygienius Mbabuikwe. Apologies if the pronunciation is not 100%. So, Mr. Paul Okaim, the ball is in your court. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished moderators and my fellow presenters. It is my pleasure to be part of this epoch-making event. I will call it that way. And my name is Paul Okaim, and by the special grace of God, I just bagged my PhD yesterday. So I'm now Dr. Paul Okaim. Thank you very much. I'll be presenting on the development of an optimized energy system for powering-based transceiver stations in Calabar, Nigeria. And my presentation shall be in this form. Sorry, let me get my slides on. All right, sorry for that technical challenge. So basically, we'll look at the background of this study, and the key aspect here is energy. And we know that energy is a backbone upon which every developed economy rests on. It is considered in most places as the air that breathes industrialized economy. And for you to have power, for you to have your economy functioning effectively, you must ensure that you have adequate supply of energy. However, in Nigeria, it is the reverse case. Power supply has become very epileptic, and because of that, most industries, especially small and medium-scale industries, have folded up because they cannot withstand the power supply situation in our country. The few we have around us, especially the telecommunication industry, have decided to get alternative sources of power supply. And one of them is the use of diesel to power that base transceiver stations. And of course, we know what comes with burning of coal, emission of greenhouse gases, and all of that. And these have continued to cause harmful effects in our environment. They have resulted to environmental degradation. And we have seen the consequences in our nation, Nigeria, one of which is the continuous the erosion in the Niger Delta region that has the flood that has washed away so many sources of livelihood. And these have become problems to our nation. And every serious nation must consider putting energy first in its agenda. The telecommunication industry consumes about 1% of the global energy. When Patriotis did that estimation in 2013, they discovered that 1% of global energy is equivalent to the 15 million households of energy consumption in USA. Now, that is something to really worry us about, and that is why we are pushing for renewable energy that is clean, that is sustainable, because of course we know the conventional energy that we have are depleting in their numbers, and we cannot continue to rely on them. They're not just depleting, they're also causing environmental degradation. And that is why we are recommending renewable energy sources as an alternative to our current power supply. Now, you know that even though we're talking about renewable energy systems, of course, you know that these sources are intermittent in supply. They do not have the capacity to withstand the current energy demand. And that is why this work is recommending what a hybridized energy system. So that when you have a system that is not supplying, you switch over to another source. If that source is not supplying, you switch on to another source, or you can combine the three sources just so that you can meet up with the energy demand. And so this work will also look at formulating mathematical models that will help us to achieve the kind of the desired system we need, the hybrid system that can withstand the energy demand in our base transceiver stations, especially here in Calabar. Of course, also and potency to be able to simulate our system. Of course, we know Homer, hybridized optimization, hybridized optimization carrying out this research. We were able to consult other authors and other researchers, and we found the material, and that is a fundamental problem. So, in carrying out this research, we came up with a model that will cater the needs. The first we did was to get the materials that will be required for the modeling of this work. We went to NIMET and sourced for data, where we got data for the solar and the wind, and then we also went to Riveribicum to take measurements of the head and the flow rate, so we could get the input data to run our model. And of course, as you can see on the screen, these are the equations we have that helps us to achieve our model. The power generation model, we also have for the cost model. Right, it's not coming up. So as you can see on the screen, this is okay. What we have there is the validation of the software. You know, in sciences, you don't just run into any model just so that you can get results. You must first ensure that you validate the model to test how accurate it is. So for us, what we did was to take measurements from NIMET, which is the agency responsible for information regarding weather. And then we also took measurements from the software. So we compare and contrasted the two models, the two measurements. And when we saw that, yeah, you can see this is a graph showing the validation of this. These are the measurements. You can see the measurement using the from the NIMET and the one from the software. We compare them, and then for us to get the accurate result, we had to use a statistical tool to verify the model. So we use the chi-square, and from our chi-square distribution table, we found that the differences was not statistically sufficient enough to invalidate our model. And so the model was recommended for this purpose. And what you can see on the board here is a display of the result we got from the model, showing us the global solar radiation, the incident solar radiation, the stream flow rate, the wind speed, and all of that, and all of the data you can find on the screen there. And so from our result, you know, for us to get the optimization, we use excess energy and the cost to get the best system, the best model, or the best hybrid system that will run effectively here in Calabar. So we use the excess energy production and the economic cost. As you can see from the chart there, you can see that the PV, the wind, the hydro, and the battery produce about 50 something thousand of kilowatt hour per year of electricity. That's the excess energy from the system, having made the energy required at the base transceiver station. You can also see down there in figure 4, we have the economic costs, showing the system with the highest cost. And of course, what we have there is the wind and the battery system. So what does this imply? This result shows that in figure 3 and figure 4, that the most optimized system in Calabar was the solar, wind, and the hydro that gave us a net present cost of about $127,407.84 US, with an excess energy production of 53,464 kilowatts per year. Finally, the result findings are vital to decision makers, policy makers, stakeholders, and investors in Nigeria to promote low carbon technology. Of course, we know that Nigeria, as a signatory of the Paris Agreement, must also come up with alternative energy sources, especially in the renewable energy system, just so that we can reduce the rate of carbon dioxide emission and other gases associated with the burning of fossil fuels. Thank you very much for your time. Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Okanyim, for a very passionate and well-delivered presentation. So now we are not going to take questions. We're going to have two presentations, and then we'll take questions. And I think in the course of your presentation, my colleague actually came up online. Prof, are you there? Okay, maybe he dropped off again.
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
Oh,
the internet
right.
is intermittent.
Okay, so we've just had the first presentation from Mr. Paul Okanyim, and interesting enough, he's just bagged his PhD, and so we're not surprised that he gave such a powerful, passionate presentation.
Yes.
So now we are going to, yes. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the second speaker. And the second speaker is Mr. Hygienius Ubabuike Ugu and Yagazi Prosper Ezere. And they will be talking to us about effects of process parameter variations and optimization of biodiesel production from waste cooking soya oil. So if Mr. Hygienius is online, I think the ball is in your court. Thank you. Mr. Hygienius. Okay. Thank you for that prompt. So in that case, I would therefore like to invite Mr. Alpha Ajay or his partner Mohammed Ojapa to give a presentation on the positive valve overlap as an effective conversion energy system using biodiesel. So if Mr. Alpha is available and is ready to go, the ball is in your court.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Okay, so my name is Alpha J, PhD students in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Port Harcourt. So he's working with two, so Dr. Mohamed Ajakwa and also Dr. Demudeke. So positive valve overlap, types of the work as an effective conversion energy system using biodiesel. As we know, energy utilization has become an integral part of human existence and ranging from several aspects of life. So in fact, there's Is it better now? Okay. So, like I was saying, energy has become an integral part of human existence. So we all utilize energy in one form or the other. For this conference would not be possible without energy. So it's so integral to our existence. And it has all been predicted that the world will need about 30% more energy between 2017 to 2040, which was analyzed by the International Energy Agency, which is equivalent to adding 2 big countries with their population like China and India to the global energy demand. So, however, we are seeing that fossil fuel, which still has a large chunk of the energy supply in the energy sector, is riddled with unstable prices, and its utilization causes a huge part of them depleting the ozone and has these greenhouse gases, and which is not sustainable, which due to these setback and so more cleaner and sustainable energy has been sought after, wherein biodiesel comes into play. Biodiesel, as well known, is extracted from various oils. It can be edible oil, it can be non-edible oil, and from other sources too. Edible oil can be from palm oil, soybean oil, non-edible oil, jasper and the likes, algae. So these biodiesel are shown to have high oxygen content compared to their conventional diesel fuels, and is also a lot of researches have been done which shows that it helps to reduce the greenhouse gases effect. So in this study, we're incorporating the use of biodiesel from 2 sources, waste cooking oil and also from palm oil, and also employing a strategy called positive valve overlap. So valve overlap in an engine occurs when both the inlet and the exhaust valve are both open in a four-stroke engine. So at this point, the 2 valves are open, and if you see from the diagram here, showing when that valve overlap happens, when the inlet valve opening before the top dead center, and then also the exhaust valve closes immediately after the top dead center. So this is when the positive valve overlap period occurs. So in this study, we employed a 32-degree positive valve overlap, and to see if effects on the performance of the engine using those test fuel biodiesel sources, and also the emission resulting from the use of this positive valve overlap strategy. So we employed using the model, built a model using a Ricardo Wave software, which is a simulation software for powertrain. So this also shows the engine specification that was used for the model. And it was also validated using previous work, which is available in our other works that we have published. Now, for the brake-specific fuel consumption, now this shows this from this diagram here, you could see that biodiesel utilization increases the fuel consumption, and this is because of its lower heating value as compared to conventional diesel. So if in the paper, you see the physiochemical properties of this test fuel. And from there, you can see that the lower heating value of diesel is higher than that of biodiesel fuel sources, in this case, waste cooking oil and palm oil biodiesel. So this is the result why the fuel consumption is higher, because of this lower heating value, it will require more fuel to burn to compensate for that lower heating value. However, it's the brake thermal efficiency of this engine which shows the utilization of the fuel being burned. Biodiesel has much better brake thermal efficiency, which increases because of the combustion process, resulting as a result of the increased oxygen content that biodiesel possesses. Biodiesel is known to possess a higher oxygen content, which leads to more complete combustion, which favors this parameter of the thermal efficiency. As earlier stated, because of the lower heating value, the brake torque of biodiesel blends reduces as compared to that of conventional diesel. But when we go over to that of the emission, which is more impactful, the performances the differences are not much. If you look at the brake specific fuel consumption compared of that of conventional diesel, the differences are not much. But looking at the CO emission, you could see how the decrease as the biodiesel blends increase for both palm oil biodiesel and also for waste cooking oil biodiesel. Now, this decrease, like earlier mentioned, is attributed to the higher oxygen content. Because of the oxygen content, provides for better air fuel mixing processes, which improves the combustion. So because of it is resulting in a more complete combustion, which will reduce the CO emission. As we all know, CO emission is as a result of incomplete combustion. So this is a further comparison with the two test biodiesel fuel. We could see that waste cooking oil biodiesel, which is designated as B5 down to B100, produces less CO than palm oil biodiesel. And this is good because it's a way of converting from waste to wealth, because the waste cooking oil extract, which are supposed to be discarded after being used, are now converted to biodiesel, which will be used to run on as already existing fuel while blending it with the conventional diesel fuel. Now, for the onboard hydrocarbon, you can also see from the figure here that with biodiesel blends and its utilization, you could see the reduction of on Port Harcourt, which is HC, as compared to that of just utilizing conventional diesel fuel. And which, like I explained earlier, because of the higher oxygen content and also certain number of the biodiesel, which favors more complete combustion and reduces the ignition delay period. So this result also shows the oxides of nitrogen, the NOx emission, and the exhaust gas temperature. So with the blends, it's some of the blends experience higher NOx emission, but in general, you see that the emission generated with the usage of biodiesel is slightly different than that of the conventional diesel fuel. So also the exhaust gas temperature, which is which parameter favors the formation of the NOx emission, could see here it's reduces with the, for that of at 100 RPM, 1,200 RPM, you see the trend how it reduces with the uses of biodiesel, and this is as a result of the improper mixing with the biodiesel. So there's a slight difference, about 1.47% decrease with in NOx emission with the biodiesel utilization. So as earlier stated, this study utilized positive valve overlap of about 32 degrees, which further showed the reduction of these emission by utilizing biodiesel in a conventional diesel engine. And it also, results also show that palm oil biodiesel uses less fuel and produces more torque and power as compared to waste cooking oil. But however, the emission result shows that palm oil biodiesel produces more emissions than their waste cooking oil biodiesel counterpart. So in all, the study, when you look at the full paper, you see that positive overlap can enhance the emission reduction in these fuels. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alpha, for the enlightenment that you've given us about the positive valve overlap system and how we can get to put it to use. My colleague, Dr. Shoaib, is online. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce him, and then we'll both moderate. Dr. Shoaib Said is the HOD of Mechanical Engineering Department, and we've had two presentations. So initially we said we'll have two presentations and then we'll take questions. So members of the audience, if anyone has any question, please raise your hand, and Dr. Shoaib will take over,
yes,
if you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, Prof. I think David David has raised his hands there. David, you have any question for the presenters here?
Sorry.
Engineer David.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Nice presentation. I really enjoyed it. My question is actually to Dr. Paul Okayu in this presentation. Dr. Paul, I'd like to congratulate you on your PhD thesis. Congratulations, and you presented something very interesting. Actually, I'm a researcher too in the renewable energy field. Specifically, I'm working on hydrogen. So I'm actually, there's some information that you shared on your presentation that I would like to ask. In one of the literature you reviewed, you referred to Olatomiwa et al. 2015, is one of the guys I've actually worked on too. One of the things you mentioned is that you use a hybrid system of wind, solar, and hydro. How does that compare with the result of Olatomiwa et al. 2015? Olatomiwa did work on the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria and preferred solution to each geopolitical zone optimal. So what is different from your solution that of Olatomiwa 2015? Secondly, too, you mentioned in your work, you mentioned the MPC, about $124,000. But in mentioning the best economic approach, you did not refer to the levelized cost of energy. So that might give us to know how much it costs us per kilowatt hour of electricity that is being generated by your system. So we can know whether it's cost effective or not. And then the last part, my last question, which is the last, has to do with your data that you used for your modeling. Your data, you said you source data, meteorological data from NIMET, 22-year data from NIMET, and also from your software. Are you referring to the OMA software too? And I can see from your graph in one of the diagrams you showed, it seems the data from, if it's OMA you are using, I'm just wondering if it's data, because OMA use satellite data from NASA, so data from NASA, satellite data and institute data, it seems to be very similar. So I'm just interested in that so that we can know that once we get the NASA data, we shouldn't bother about NIMET. The pattern of the data looks similar. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think Paul, are you here? And congratulations on your PhD degree. Can you answer his questions? Okay. Okay, sure. I think there's another person who is raising his hand. Collins Otino. You have a question? Collins. Collins, go ahead. You have any questions? Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Well, yes, Colin, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Now, I just want to ask the one that was presenting, Mr. Alpha, sorry, about the positive overlap.
Second presentation. Okay.
The second presenter about the positive valve overlap on the study that he did on biodiesel. Now, the results are just okay. And my question is, because we are looking at a point whereby we want to see a zero emissions. Now, this is a case that this is the case that has been carried on only diesel. What about the gasoline part of it? That is now the question that I'm asking. The study about the gasoline part of it. That is the petrol.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Alpha.
Thank you for,
go ahead.
So thank you for your question. For this study, we did not consider the gasoline aspect of it. So we just worked on the compression ignition engine, which is where the diesel fuel is being combusted, and in which we use biodiesel. So we did not work on gasoline. You can't, for this study, that is why we had blends of the diesel and the biodiesel, and we ran it on the compression ignition engine. It's against the gasoline engine. So we did not work on the gasoline engine. So, but though there are other works on that, I know my supervisor, Dr. Japa, did an extensive work on gasoline engine, a negative valve overlap, and also some positive valve overlap. So you could reach out to him, and if you have further questions on the utilization of the valve overlap system on gasoline engines.
Thank you, Alpha. Any other question, guys? If not, I have one question that I think you mentioned during your presentation, Alpha, that you observed that a lot of diesel was also consumed. I think biodiesel, right? Am I right? You mentioned that during your presentation.
Yes.
So it might be also because of your positive valve, because when inlet and outlet are open, when it is entering, some of the biodiesel may be escaping from your exhaust. Is that not the case?
Yes, you're right. So, biodiesel, because of the chemical properties, it has a lower heating value, and which makes it to burn more than the conventional diesel fuel. But looking at the emission reduction here, so it's like a win-win. So though it burns more, but it reduces the emissions quite significantly. So that is the down part of it, but on the emission reduction aspect, it really does a good work as compared to using conventional diesel.
Maybe you could do is you find a right angle. I mean the overlap angle, so that you.
Yeah. So most countries like Indonesia, they use a blend up to 35% of biodiesel fuel. So it's to get the right angle is not going too much on 100% biodiesel utilization, but having the right blend ratio to achieve both results.
Okay, thank you. I think there is one more hand raised again by Collins. Do you have any question, Collins?
Yes, sir. Now, I just want to know the air fuel ratio in this case, as the study was being carried. What was the fuel air ratio? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Collins. Alpha. Hello, Alpha, are you there?
I'm not a presenter anyways.
Chairman. Hello, can I share my screen now? Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please. Go ahead to share your screen.
Baba, on the line.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me try and check my screen. Can you see my video? Hello?
Yeah.
You can't see my face?
No.
Hello? Option to share my screen. Yes, I'm looking at the icon to share my screen. Okay, okay. Sorry. Can you see my screen now? Hello? You can see my screen. Fine, fine. Very good. Okay, okay. Sorry for the delay. Can you see it now, sir? Okay, thank you. Sorry. I think Babaola I'm presenting photovoltaic system for residential dwelling. It's a case study in Nigeria. I'm presenting on behalf of and DI Babaola. My background. We all know that every form of energy all over the world can be traced to solar energy, over 99%. Whether geothermal, hydro, biomass, ocean energy, even the fuel that everyone wants to die for now can be traced back to solar energy. So basically, this work is harnessing solar energy to power residential building here in Ota in Nigeria. The reason being that as we continue to exploit the biomass and the fossil fuel, that is non-renewable, the environment is being depleted with global warming, attendant health issue, and some other things. Because it is will soon be exhausted. There is tension over the world, and many of the world that is having the whole world can be traced to the same thing. Because people are realizing that fossil fuel will soon be exhausted, and then so it is better those of us in the Saharan region where we have inexhaustible availability of solar radiation to keep what the nature has given to us. Unfortunately, people in the temperature of them are using more people in the Saharan region. I believe strongly that this is what we should work on individually, corporate body, even our government agencies. Can see later on, solar energy in Nigeria. This is figure 1. You can see we are so much endowed, minimum of about 4,000 watt-hour per meter square to about 6,500 watt-hour square up north. But by and large, it is a known fact that we are all endued with solar energy every day. There will be sunshine, which in most cases we still fail to harness. Actually, this can be used for a lot of activities, from powering vehicle, water pumping, greenhouse farm, furnaces, building, which is just this pilot work is on. Of course, can also be used in commercial building. Nowadays, you see even petrol station using a lot of small industry now. They do the same, especially telecom industry now. Many of the base stations are now being powered by photovoltaic electricity. So Nigeria is a tropical country near the equator, so it's well endued with solar radiation on a daily basis. Except location, you won't be able to harness appreciable solar energy. Unfortunately, we are not using it as it's required. For this site, for this work, it's a 4-bedroom bungalow residential apartment in Oteye. The global position is about 6 degrees to the north and 3 degrees to the east. The exact location, and the site can be from Google Map. You can actually see the site from anywhere. The site is of Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. And the room layout is shown on this figure 2.4. Actually, a 4-bedroom bungalow apartment. And the solar radiation data obtained from reference 24 is shown here. For this building, the electrical estimation shown in 2, where we have energy symbol, 5 number, flash pan, radio, blender, wash machine. So we use this input to actually size the load for this pilot project. And then from the load now, we are able to obtain 491.4 watt hour. And then from this, the major that is needed to the tile system is service the solar panel to prevent overcharging, the deep cycle battery to store store the energy so that when there's no sunshine in the night, leverage your storage capacity and then use the energy. And of course, the fourth component, the inverter, which will convert the battery into alternate voltage that most of the appliances in the house can use. The lighting fittings, flat screen television. In the side, we have flat screen television. We have blender, and then another thing that's electric washing machine, laptop, and electric fan. So from the load, we're able to estimate the size of our panel, the storage battery, charge controller that kind of preventing the charge from being overcharged. And of course, the inverter that will now convert to 220 AC voltage. So the figure 3 is just the schematic diagram from the solar configuration handled by the solar panel through the charge controller, the interface between the battery, the solar panel, and then the battery now the inverter now can now take the energy from the battery and then send to the building. So about sizing the load, energy meter was used to actually to size the load of each appliances, and the figure 4.2 is showing the PV solar panel, actually 250 watts panel, 12 volts. Then the deep cycle battery is in figure 5. The charge controller in figure 6, and the inverter in figure 7. This setup was installed about 6 years ago, and the section, only the battery that was once. It's basically maintenance free, except the solar panel, which need occasional cleaning once in a week during Ramadan season. During the rainy season, in this site, March to through November, no cleaning is required for the solar panel. Through the rain that always do the washing, the panel was placed on the roof of the particular site. But as I've said, during Ramadan, those cleaning is done once in a week. And for this site, and also there are basically 2 peak periods of energy demands. Early in the morning, let's say at 6:30, when the occupant is ready to go to plant, go to school, or go to the daily activities. That is one peak. Everybody will move back maybe to school, to offices, or what have you. Then the other peak is in the evening for cooking, for light, and what have you. Unfortunately, these 2 peaks occurs when vegetation is just starting, or is already going in the morning. Solar radiation will not be it's not needed. I mean, we not come on full maybe around 6:30, 7 a.m. before the solar panel can start, and then the sun are sending down to the battery. One peak period, and then of course by 7 a.m. through around 6 p.m. in the evening, the system is fully charging. Unfortunately, when the system is fully charging, that's when the occupants are not regularly available. You can see in figure 9. This typically show when solar radiation is available for the solar panel to start, and then the energy are converting to electricity. This, of course, when people are not, that is why the battery is needed to store the energy for usage early in the morning and late in the evening throughout the other day. But by and large, the bit of it is when they are out, the system does not need any human interface. Starts to create and charge the battery to be used later in the night and early in the morning. We also noticed that during COVID-19, when everybody was forced to stay down, the peak period in the figure 9, the peak radiation is very good at let's say around 11 a.m. to about 4 p.m. in the evening. During COVID-19, we have to make use of that band. Like I can always change it. And the occupant have to use maybe there for assignment, entertainment, radio, and class screen without jeopardizing the usage at night. So by and large, the site as the case for many locations in Nigeria, I believe, is suitable for solar panel to harness electrical energy instead of everybody depending on the power needs, which is not available. Hardly a day now without major power active. But with especially we have in this site, if the are key into this, we won't have to depend on maybe from power plant, attendant connection, transmission, and based on the network grid is down and what have you. But so you'll be able to relieve the sentiments on necessary pressure. If we can invest in this, that's my own observation. So, in conclusion, this area and tropical region should take advantage of their location. As I've said earlier on, we are in deal with solar radiation from day one throughout the year. Unlike some regions in the world where they may have maybe a month of total darkness. This is not the case here. There is always solar radiation, and then you can leverage on it for residential, even for industrial application too. To supply all the load, partial loads of the location. And then, as I've said, the deep cycle battery is needed so that you can store battery usage later in the night when the sun is not shining. By so doing, the occupant will be in control of the energy, and of course, in life, you are not depending on the federal government or one disco or one distribution company that I don't know when they'll be able to overcome this problem of collapse every now and then. So it is better we invest in this individually, as a family, whoever we are them to move. Because when energy, you can plan with that work your laptop and then there is on the system and there is power outage that people to in and shout and sometimes they and say so based on the final project, some recommended that in this part of this Saharan region, just like these conferences trying to portray, we to invest more, research more, and then deploy more tools like electricity and to fully or partially supply all our goods. These are some of the references I'm grateful for the opportunity given to us to make the decision. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Babalola, for an excellent presentation about solar application in a section of Nigeria. Not specifically, so it would have been best if he comes online and asks the question again. But we still have a speaker that have not presented. Is it possible to find out if Hygienius is online? Okay, so then what I would like to suggest is that we ask the audience if any of you have any questions for the last speaker that took us through solar installation in Ota. So if there are no other, because now we do not have the luxury of time, we can probably actually take only one or two questions. Right. So that's all right. We can have it both ways. So the call is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, sirs. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Engineer John Elias. I want to present my article on the topic design and simulation of a major unit of acetone plant from isopropyl alcohol route. Acetone is a very essential product globally. About 5 million is needed because the industry is synthetic is used in the production of synthetic fibers and also for metal preparation and other uses. So because of that, generally from literatures, acetone have been produced from cumene and other roots. But cumene, which is essentially produced from manufacturing from petroleum product, is very toxic and the yield of acetone is low. So in that, we need another route that has a high yield and also not toxic and not expensive, cheap, the availability of that route. So we decided to choose isopropyl alcohol, which is IPA. So IPA is the route is gotten from natural gas, synthesizing from natural gas. Basically, petrochemical is a very cheap and available raw material for IPA. So we can actually use IPA from petrochemical to produce our acetone. Now, we decided to design a plan, the prototype plan for this acetone production. And the route, we use AICCEES, Aspen AICCEES, a package that we use to design the plant. The essence of using the Aspen AICCEES is to give the properties simulated from the target 200 metric tons per year of acetone. It will provide the physiochemical properties of these materials, especially the feed material, so that we can use it to our manual design and also to make the output of especially the yield of the acetone. And you can see the description of the acetone plant, process flow diagram from which we use Aspen AICCEES to simulate the plant. You can see the feed material here, the IPA, which is IPA and water. Of course, IPA is gotten from a natural gas and it is highly available in the petrochemical here. In LMA here, we can actually use it there. Then the feed material is at the process condition of 25 degrees Celsius and 1 bar. Enter the vaporizer here, the E401. This vaporizer increases the heat of the feed material to a certain temperature to vaporize feed. The vaporized fuel there is about the temperature of 300 degrees Celsius. So it, which is IPA and water, don't have 94% product. The reactor here is empowered by fire heaters to supply heat to go for desired temperature of 400 degrees Celsius and pressure of 1.9 bar. So the converted IPA and water enter the cooler. The cooler here is at the temperature of 40 degrees and pressure of 1 bar. So here it cools down the products, which therefore is sent to the separator. The separator here, the V401, separates this product and release hydrogen. Then the liquid product, the IPA, the acetone, and water enter the absorber column. This is the absorber column, the T401. In the absorber column, the water is used as a counter current absorbent to trap down the acetone, collect the acetone and possible IPA there. Then hydrogen remaining is another vapors, the gaseous are left trapped and sent out, while the IPA, acetone, and water enter the distillation column. This is the distillation column where at the end of the day, we are going to collect our acetone at the top of the column. Yeah, the distillation column is at the process condition of 40 degrees Celsius and at a pressure of 1.2 bar. Here, the separation process is to take place, and as acetone is taken off at the top of the column where the water and the IPA is trapped at the bottom. So basically, that's the description process. Now, we are going with the knowledge we have in the process description, we're able to design the plan. Basically, design is simply a simulation and also the sizing of the unit in the column in the entire plan. The unit in the entire plan. Of course, we decided to design a reactor, is the absorber column, and also the distillation column. These are the major units we decided to do a prototype design to size these units, principles of energy, material and energy balance at optimum conditions. So after we have simulated the plan using AICCEES, we obtain some of the physiochemical properties that we use to design our plan. So basically, you material balance there is there, and also the energy balance. Then, of course, the reaction mechanism. These are put into play, especially AICCEES. The AICCEES is enters the vaporizer and is being simulated around at that to actually obtain our desired product of acetone. They will not take into consideration our manual calculation, and after the manual calculation, Our results are shown here. Mass balance for each of the unit manually designed are presented. You can see table 1.1, table 1A, the mass balance for the reactor. You can see the components of that reaction process. The acid, the IPA, which is 2-propanol, aceton, hydrogen, water, and that is how we are counting for the mass that enters and the mass that comes out the drain. Also we can see table 1B, table had the ICCEES design, the process conditions that are necessary for the design of the plant or each of the unit in the plant are being obtained from the AICCEES simulation. So the AICCEES specify the sizes of the unit. Like you can see from here, the size of the reactor is being specified. The cost of the unit can be obtained from the separator. The separator is the mass balance of the separator where the feed enters, the material enter, the material that they have been the product stream enter the separator that have been separated. You can see some of the inputs, and the output where the gases are being especially it is where the acetone is being absorbed, will be collected from the product, and the acetone is the to the distillation column. Of course, you can see the AICCEES, design column. We also size the distillation column to get various sizing process, like the specification of the distillation column. For the network. Sizing the distillation column, we got the properties. We go to now we had to do
Mr. MC, the program I have is suggesting that we are probably entering into session 4, the time for session 4. Would that be correct on your program? Yes, yes. I think that would be appropriate. I think our time is up. So would you like to do the honors of rounding it up, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to apologize for the technical hitch I encountered during the questions and answers session. While I was away, one of my co-authors who partook in the discussion noted a number of questions, which he forwarded to me to my phone, and I would like to respond to them. And one of the questions he noted was that one of the guests asked question about the research data, the sources of the research data. Yes, like I said before, I use the Homer software to generate my data, and also NIMET. Now, in order for me to validate my data, I compare and contrasted the data I got from NIMET, which is the agency responsible for solar and wind data, and the data I generated from the software when I did the validation using the statistical software, that is the chi-square. I was able to get the data to be closely, if not the same, with that of the one generated from the MED. So the data I generated was from the software. That's for the solar and the wind. I used the software to generate the data, while the data for the hydro was measured. We got the data, got hourly data, we got daily data, and we got monthly data. So we did that for 1 year. That was how we were able to generate the data for the wind and the solar. Then the second question was on the novelty of the work. The novelty of the work. Yes, if you look at my work closely, you will discover that this work is based on renewable energy systems only. From all the previous works that were done, I noticed that they all have some elements of conventional energy systems attached to the hybrid system. But for this particular work, it was tailored to renewable hybrid energy systems only. And it was for Calabar. Calabar is located in the rainforest region. And of course, we have a large volume of water here. And of course, so I had to tailor the work to this region so I could get a better result. So that forms the novelty of my work. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Okay, well,
Afternoon.
let me just quickly attempt to share my screen. So while that is being done, I'd like to appreciate the organizers of this workshop or conference, which is the first of its kind, African International Conference on Clean Energy and Energy Storage, and the rest of the partners, as we can see there, especially the University of Port Harcourt. I count it a great honor and privilege to be able to share in this forum. My name has been said, my name is Engineer Dapo Adeshino. I am a QA/QC, that's Quality Assurance Quality Control expert, as well as the sustainability expert at GOPA International Energy Consultants Limited, based in Abuja. And I'll be presenting on a topic called the Clean Mobility Systems, the way to go. I want to let us know that as part of my assignment in the during my work, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so as part of my work assignment, is it a full screen?
Yes, it's nice.
Okay, so just to be sure that we can see clearly. So as part of my assignment as a consultant with GOPA, we actually have a parent company in Germany. So I was privileged to be part of a study that was commissioned by the World Bank sometime last year, which we actually concluded in the May of this year. And it was titled Nigerian Sustainability Green E-Mobility Solution. You know, that was even way before the subsidy was removed. And there were far-reaching things that we concluded, which we passed on to them. And as I speak, we still await that paper document to be published by the World Bank itself. So, but as it stands, I will be taking part of that. Share part of my field experience. I know a number of us are from the academia, which I really appreciate. And from the keynote speaker this morning, we can see that there's going to be a convergence from the field people and the academia, so that we can, when we design solutions, it becomes effective and usable for the society. Okay, so the topic of our study today, of our discussion today, is clean mobility systems, the way to go. Okay. Our table of content, I won't take time because I see that we are constrained with so much time. And so I will just quickly run through this introduction, definition of a few terms, why clean mobility, the key concepts of clean mobility, the advantages to have clean mobility system and some technological innovations in clean mobility system, a few challenges and the solutions, the way out, the involvement of government and the private sector, bringing out policy, the future trends, then we look at the actions that we need to take to get us there. There's this phrase that has been often used, which is common, especially in the transport sector, which is avoid, shift, and improve. It's used in the context of transport planning and strategy. Okay, so we'll look at those one after the other. One is avoid. What are we trying to avoid? We are trying to avoid to refuse the use of traditional gasoline or fossil fuel or diesel-powered vehicle, which comes with the high pollution. And what are we doing? We are shifting to promoting shift from that traditional way to maybe other sustainable ways of powering our automobiles or mobility systems. And from that, we also know that in the world that we live in today, there's always what is called room for improvement. So we want to improve on whatever we are doing now to give us better infrastructure, and so that we can live a good life. Okay. A few definition of terms. I know in the course of this, we have been talking about energy, access, different forms of energy, renewable, Then we'll be talking about the environmental impacts that some of those practices have and how to improve and get better. But for this meeting, for this presentation, we look at what is clean mobility. Okay, so clean mobility refers to some forms of transportation that does not require the use of fossil fuel exclusively. The word exclusively, that means from what I've said about avoid, shift, and improve, we are going to be going away gradually. The world is shifting to non-fossil fuel reliance. We also need to know that sustainable transportation, the concept aims to meet people travel needs. So it's not saying don't travel, but we still need, while we meet our travel needs, we want to reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that the carbon footprint that we generate in the transport sector, which is quite large, which I will show us in the coming slides. Then we also come across some terms like green mobility or sustainable transportation. That deals with, we're talking about less negative impact on the environment. So we are taking into cognizance the environment wherein we live. So we reduce also energy consumption. You know, we as the population of the world grows, as industrialization grows, technology grows, we require so much energy to power all these things so that we can continue to exist. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay, now look at this graph. It talks about the carbon intensity of transport sector. On my left side, you will see the carbon intensity of travel. Now, it tells us how intensive it is, what different vehicles or forms of transportation holds. You can see the large cars, you can see the chunk of carbon per kilometer that they take, long freight businesses and the likes, you see how large they are. But our attention should go to the next chart, which talks about the greenhouse gas emission by sector. The agricultural sector has the largest chunk of greenhouse emission, and closely behind it is followed by the transport sector. So you've seen the reason why we need to push down the fossil. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
we can hear you.
Let's go.
We can hear you.
Okay, because it looked like it was frozen. Okay, why clean mobility? Now from this we can see for the key drivers of clean mobility is the environment and the health, as well as energy efficiency. You can see one of the key drivers is air pollution. The picture above, you can see the quality of air that we breathe in, especially in large and major cities that we have. Followed by greenhouse gas emission. These are the terms we continue to hear of as we progress. Again, the impact of poor air quality. I will show us some data that talks about the effects of poor air quality. The next one is impact on climate change. The next picture below, you see the impact of climate change, which we have been hearing. Climate change this, climate change that. And we also know that we live in a world that the resources we have are constantly depleting. So for us to do this, we need to guard against these things. Now, key components of clean mobility system. Now, when we talk about clean mobility, what are we even talking about? We've discussed that, in my definition of those terms. We can see that clean mobility, when we adopt them, we need to know which mobility are we even talking about. Because first of all, when you check, you see from that graph that large buses, large vehicles, especially mass transit, and trucks, they emit a lot of CO2 and CO to the environment. Okay, so the concept we're looking at e-mobility, adoption of electric vehicle is one of them, which is not everything, but is one of them. We are looking at E2-wheelers, what we call Okada, using, and the E3-wheelers that we call keke in our local parlance in Nigeria. So you can see from that picture, different sizes, types of clean mobility system that we can. Another component is urban planning. Now, our urban centers need to be properly planned in the way to support sustainable mobility system. So the way we design our roads, and if you check in major cities these days, you hardly find places where people, what we call the sidewalk in engineering, where you can walk if you don't want to, you want to move from point A to B. You can walk. There's no sidewalk. Also, you don't find places where bicycles can ride freely. So it becomes a threat. So we need to look at urban planning. Also, we need to look at public transportation. We have seen that, especially in the city that I live in today, there's no functional public transport system, and which is everybody now relies on private people or a few vehicles scrambling at different bus stops to get to where they are going. So another component is active transportation, which I mentioned. One of it is, which we know as non-motorized transportation, is walking. You can see even medically, we've been advised to take walk to make ourselves healthy. But now, where do you want to walk when the urban planning did not take into cognizance that people need to take a walk and still be safe? So things like walking and even cycling, it has virtually disappeared. You can only see that maybe in remote areas where people use bicycles, as part of their daily life. This is very important. Another one is shared mobility. We need to be able to share resources, like the ride sharing and bike sharing thing, that everybody does not have to put their vehicles on the road, every day. You can share. And so by that, we have what we call, those are the components of clean mobility. Now, we'll look at some advantages which you have mentioned. From that picture, you can see, it says one of it is reduced air pollution. You can see those two pictures side by side. One is clean, clear, the other one is dirty. Why? Because it's highly polluted. And that is what we see in major cities and mega cities across the globe today. Okay. The other one is traffic congestion reduction. So the advantage is when you reduce number of vehicles from cars to few or large buses, the space they occupy on our road is reduced. So the number of traffic that you experience is also reduced. It also gives us improved quality of life. We can live life better, reduce noise, pollution, and clean air. The next one is economic benefit. We enjoy the benefits because we have this saying that health is wealth. If you are not healthy, then you are spending so much on your health to maintain it, and which we have seen that it costs so much, due to this environmental degradation. The next one is equity. I mentioned that earlier. It promotes transport equity. People using large buses or cars push other people who use bike away. So there's no equity in that sense. People who ride bike are being threatened by those who drive cars. Why? Because the infrastructure does not support that kind of thing. Okay, now let's look at a few things. Air pollution impacts on human health. I mentioned that. We would like to note that Nigeria ranked 18th worst air quality in the world, as according to this data of 2021 by WHO. And we also see that air pollution is the third leading risk factor for premature death in Nigeria. These are data, supported data. And we were able to see that 68,500 of deaths in Nigeria was attributed to outdoor PMS, particulate matter, 2.5 exposure. So you can see those level of damage it does to our health, and you can see. So the reason why we need to guard seriously against all of this. Now let's look at some technological innovations in clean mobility. The world is emerging fast, things are changing, and we have to change with the trend. So one of it is mobility as a service. There are innovations where you have, just like we have a normal app applications, where you can order a ride, a train, a bus, a bicycle, and the likes, where you are able to do that in a single platform, conveniently at the convenience of your home. And most of these also take into cognizance what I call sharing ride services, that you are able to share with other people. It tells you, gives you a prediction using some AI applications to tell you the number of minutes from point A to B. So you are able to plan your life better. Another technology innovation is the autonomous vehicles. some of us would have heard about the trials, what's it called, self-driving cars instituted by Tesla. Even though they are still at the inception stage, that's the future of where it's going to be, where you have a driverless car. They are making that trials, and even part of in China, you have some places where these autonomous vehicles are operational as we stand. And another innovation is smart infrastructure. So we are not just talking about the equipment or devices that we use, we are talking about everything. Like somebody will say electric vehicles, where is the power, especially in this part of the world in Nigeria? So you look at how to integrate everything into one. When you have smart infrastructure, where you can charge your vehicles if you are using EV. If you are using hydrogen laden vehicles, you can also get where to refuel. Information are always there, and the automated traffic lighting system, detection system for bypassing those things and the likes. Now let's look at some urban mobility challenges and their solutions. So we are not just talking about these are the problems. So what is the way out? One of it is mobility and traffic. We have this data that about 154 hours of time is lost to traffic jams each year in 20 of the world's most congested cities. Now, if you look at it, if you live in Nigeria, one of it, you can look at Lagos. You see number of hours in a 24-hour of work. In a 24-hour day for a 5-day of work. If you calculate the number of hours you use in commuting, especially if you live in the mainland and you're going to the island, had it morning and evening, you see that most of time, as against the distance covered, you see that there's a lot of traffic there. So what are some of these challenges? This sustainable transport system would solve the problem. You can see the traffic gridlock in that picture. And the next one is climate change and pollution. The data has it that 90% of the world urban population lives in an environment that fails to meet World Health Quality Air standard. And that goes to tell that in such places, they will spend so much in health to maintain their health, sick. And even when you are sick, you are not able to walk itself. So it's a major concern. So this clean mobility solution will give us the way out. Another one is road safety. They say more than 1.3 million people die each year in road crashes. Some of them are actually avoidable if we have our urban systems properly planned. There is what the government can do, government initiative, charging infrastructure put in place, inland water transport. So that should be activated, where you can use water bodies in cities to be able to do that. The next one is future trend. Muted. Okay, so those are the trends. We also have responsibility to drive technology, government and private sector. Now, the last slide, what is a call to action? It builds on all of us as individuals to look at this. We collaborate with the government, the industry, individuals. And part of that is the strategic communication and informed decision of individuals. As I thought, the last part is to achieve the net zero of Nigeria 2050. We have to align ourselves to these major key things they talk about, which we have been talking about since the beginning of this conference. One is clean cooking, the other one EV system, and the last one is development of capacity for renewable energy systems. So we need to improve on our energy mix, and I'd like to thank you for listening. Okay, let me do that now. Have I stopped sharing? Okay, yes. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to share. Okay, thanks.
Yes, we can still see his slide.
It's still visible. Was taking a...
His screen is now blank.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is John. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of EV Charger. EV Charger is a startup in Kenya. We install, operate, and maintain four-wheeler electric vehicle charging infrastructure for fleets, private individuals, and the wider public at large. I also am the East African Director for African EV. African EV is a non-profit that whose aim is to accelerate e-mobility adoption on the continent by capacity building, policy advocacy, creating awareness, and generally linking different players in the e-mobility value chain. A pleasure to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tom Courtright. I, similar to John, hold a number of hats. So I'm the research director for the Africa E-Mobility Alliance, and I do a few other things. So I mostly work a lot around motorcycle taxis, Okadas as they are in Nigeria, Bodas as they are in East Africa. So we focus at the Africa E-Mobility Alliance on providing access to data and knowledge about the state of e-mobility across Africa. We just hosted the Africa E-Mobility Week about 3 weeks ago here in Nairobi. So do keep an eye out for next year's conference. And also just to let you know, I believe Remy has had an emergency and won't be able to make it today. But it's a pleasure to be here and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Sorry. It's great to be here in this panel discussion this afternoon. My name is Dapo Adeshina. I work as a sustainability expert with GOPA, International Energy Consultants, and I've been privileged to work on Nigerian Green Sustainability E-Mobility Solutions for Nigeria, a project that's commissioned by the World Bank, and also worked on another sustainable energy project, green hydrogen production potentials for Nigeria, which we recently turned in the reports to the GIZ, funded by the government of Germany and the European Union. Thank you for having me.
John, you're muted.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of what we're trying to do is we're setting up four-wheeler electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So far, we have set up 7. The places that we are putting up for the public are mainly in malls. We also have, recently we put up 2 other chargers for one of the biggest banks in the country. We think that that is something else that will also drive, that will be another revenue stream. As for challenges, for us, basically is get the vehicles on the road. EVs are expensive. That's a fact. Probably between 2 to 3 times the cost of a comparable ICE model. So if government could probably try and reduce taxes or something like that, that would be of great help to us as an industry, simply just to increase the numbers that we have. I think that's pretty much where we are at right now. Yes.
Cool, thanks. So, you know, we are an alliance that supports e-mobility and the e-mobility ecosystem across Africa. So we don't have to deal with some of the same issues around what electric vehicle retailers or electric vehicle infrastructure operators, such as EV Charger, have to deal with. However, you know, we watch the entire space. We've seen a lot of the obstacles that have arisen in different settings, some of which are the same across different countries, some of which are different, right? So, for example, what Nigeria was facing as a particular obstacle to e-mobility until very recently was highly subsidized petrol prices, right? Which made electric vehicles not competitive in comparison. Those are being phased out. I'm not sure exactly the status of that now, but I'm sure you all do. And that is helpful. That also had a knock-on effect, for example, because, you know, as you all know, Nigerian oil was actually being sold through the black market to neighboring countries, right? Niger, Chad, Cameroon. So it was actually a regional issue that's now being dealt with, which is wonderful. But Egypt, for example, still has highly subsidized petrol, and that's a major obstacle. In East Africa, that's been less of an issue. What is pretty clear is that across the continent, like John was saying, electric vehicles are more expensive, right? Particularly from the battery. Also, considering the fact that A lot of countries in Africa are used to importing used vehicles. Now, used EVs might be more problematic because of the state of health of those batteries. So you don't want to be doing that, right? It's not optimal, which means that you are not only moving to a vehicle that has a massive lithium battery that is costly, but you are also now having to move to a new vehicle. So both of those provide cost issues. However, in terms of total cost of ownership, right, TCO, we see that in most cases, electric vehicle owners still save money. Now, whether you're talking about motorcycles, tuk-tuks, cars, buses, the same is true. So what really matters here is A, having a strong business model that is able to deal with that upfront cost, right? Either you're using asset financing to allow that person to pay off that vehicle, over an extended period of time, say 2 years for a motorcycle, maybe 5 years for a car. And then also thinking about, okay, where are we going to get the financing for this? So this is the other major issue, is it's just very high capital costs, right? So, here in Kenya, there's over $60 million that's been raised for electric mobility, probably around 70 now. But there's still not that many vehicles on the road because vehicles are highly costly. I mean, that's just a reality. So we need billions, quite frankly. Like, it'll be good once we're in the hundreds of millions in a single country, but we need billions across the continent. So this is really the main obstacle, and we need a mix, right? So in some cases, we need equity funding, grant funding for early stage companies that are still doing R&D. We also need, DFI, concessional finance, for companies that are expanding into new markets, or for companies that are trying to transition out of, selling equity, having seed rounds, etc. So just to wrap that up there, there's a wide range of issues. Overall, I'm very, very optimistic, though, about the direction that this is all going in. And I think what matters, too, is also getting the financing bodies to pay attention to other markets. There's a few markets that have raised a lot of money, that have raised a lot of attention, but that's not necessarily where everything is happening. And there's a need to make sure that there is support and financing across the continent.
Okay, thank you. Just like Tom said, he seemed to be, he had an overview of some of the activities going on in Nigeria system. Just like I mentioned in my paper presentation, we undertook a study, to prepare the ground for the e-mobility to take off in Nigeria. And so it was commissioned by the World Bank. And we had to go through the various ministries of government, from the federal to the state. And we had 4 study cities. We have Lagos, we have Abuja, we have Kano, Kaduna, and Ibadan. So for Lagos was just like I mentioned, mega city. They have congestion, but the good thing they had going for them was they had the BRT system in place. But we have to assess what the extent of their BRT, how functional it was, and to see how to use that platform to deliver the EV system. And eventually we looked at their system, and just like Tom said, we made some proposals which led to two large buses apply their BRT lane to get data to prepare them for massive deployment. And we are glad that that is happening. And beyond that, we have also many private organizations, many private car assemblers coming into Nigeria. Like one of them was Saglev, where 2nd of October, they did a rollout. They are going to be, assembling locally somewhere in Ikorodu, Lagos. And yesterday I was also in an event in Power Dialogue, and there's another one called Possibility EV. So we have a lot of people who, have that concept, and it shows. One of the major things that's paving the way for this transition, for this movement, is the subsidy removal. At the time that we conducted the study, 2022, when we did our financial analysis, it was still cheaper to run on diesel buses than electric. But as it stands today, with about 250 to 300% increment in PMS, and diesel is way above the roof, it becomes easier. But the challenge is the initial cost of payment, and in the lifetime of the vehicles is actually cheaper. If you, for an SUV of 60 liter, 70 liter tank, you need like 50,000 naira to fill it today, which you take you almost the same distance you require to charge your battery. Well, like 1 kilowatt hour in Nigeria today is less than 100 naira, and you can just about 5,000, which is 10% of what you need to fill a tank to cover the same distance. But the lifetime cost is cheaper to run on EVs and other sustainable vehicles than to continue to use fossil fuel vehicles. But looking in that direction, the government need to do something. And 2 months ago, I was sharing in another platform online by the Nigerian Automotive Design and Development Council. Now, this plan will enable, give what we call tax holidays and waivers to those who are manufacturers and those who are purchasing EVs and other sustainable means of transportation. So basically, there's a lot to be done from the government side. Recently, I read like 6 weeks ago in Malawi, the government there said waivers should be removed from importation of electric vehicles and the accessories. So giving a very conducive environment for this EV revolution to take place. Thank you.
I think I could jump in on that. The issue is homologation. That's a brilliant idea, quite frankly, first of all, whereby, why not just convert the hundreds of thousands of ICE vehicles that are there to EV? But then, as an insurance person, one vehicle is 5 years, another vehicle is 10 years. What are the standards? You can see where I'm going with this. It will become a nightmare for them. So that's just one of the first things that I can quickly point out. I'm sure the other panelists have something else to add.
Okay, can I go? Is Tom speaking?
Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Are you
if I may,
going? Okay.
So John's point is really, really important here, right? This is particularly important when you think about corporate fleets, when you think about anybody that really needs to make sure they have a strong insurance policy. The other thing is that, quite frankly, in my view, it's just not scalable. I mean, think about it, right? So if you do that for 10 vehicles, part of keeping the cost down and making what's called retrofitting affordable is that then you take out the old engine of whatever vehicle you're converting and you resell that. Well, if you do that for 2,000 vehicles or 5,000 vehicles, you're going to start messing with the local spare parts market, right? Because that local spare parts market is now getting flooded with these old ICE parts. So that's an issue. Another one is that the strength of the chassis and the vehicle itself. So this vehicle, like John is saying, is already 5 years old, 10 years old, particularly a problem if you're thinking about like Danfos, you're thinking about minibuses, you're thinking about two-wheelers, which are being used very intensively. So that weak chassis now has an electric motor on it, which obviously, depending on the power of the motor, but electric motors have the potential to be way stronger than ICE motors, and they tend to deliver torque directly, especially if you're using a hub motor. So that creates a new problem, right? So now you've got a very strong motor on a weak vehicle, right? So it's more likely, again, for accidents to occur, for that chassis to develop serious structural integrity issues. So at the end of the day, to me, it's just not necessary. I think it can be sort of a fun hobby, if I may. But at the end of the day, especially when you look at, you know, the turnover rate of the smaller vehicles, which are going to be the fastest to electrify, right? The two-wheelers, the AICCCEES, and so on. Those, you know, they only last 5 years, maybe 10 years, right? So that's a pretty quick turnover. It means that if you started selling only electric AICCCEES today, you know, 2033, all AICCCEES would be electric, right? So that's a pretty quick turnover already. So that's not, I don't think it's a necessary solution, and I don't think it's one that scales. But some of the vehicles certainly can be beautiful if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, let me pick up from where Tom stopped. It talks about the lifespan of each vehicles. Research has it that from the studies that we conducted, that electric vehicles will last longer than ICE engine vehicles. Why? Because they have fewer moving parts, you know, and they are more electronic than mechanical, you know, as it stands. But I want to tell you the plan for the Nigerian system. You know, they have what we call a transitioning. The plan is to move from ICE engines. The plan was like for 2 years, which they are reactivating now, because I was in a forum where yesterday when the project manager for the Nigerian Presidential Initiative on CNG bus transition was speaking, and actually was in London speaking, having meetings in that regard. So the plan 2 years ago was to transition old ICE buses, especially for mass transit, to CNG buses. That's as a stopgap, because in the Nigerian energy transition plan, the gas is a transition fuel to the future, you know. So, but that plan midway was, okay, get from ICE to CNG, from CNG to EV in the long run. But as it stands today, the CNG, they want to bring them in large numbers at different rates for the three-wheelers and the large buses. Okay, so but the CNG plan, because of the advantage of Nigeria in terms of gas, data has it that Nigeria is the fourth largest gas reserve country in the world today, which is also #1 in Africa. So the Nigerian government want to leverage on the gas infrastructure or gas deposit that we have to get us to the future. I also know that gas is also environmental friendly, more beyond the fossil fuel. So that is on one side. But on the other end, they are also looking at working to give waivers to manufacturers of EVs to come into Nigeria, which we already seen some of those results. And in the next 12 months, we'll be seeing a lot of EVs. And one other thing I want to mention, which is peculiar to us, is the energy. Somebody asked, where's the power coming from? You know, so there's going to be a collaboration in the energy mix. Also, there's a plan by REA, Renewable Energy Agency of Nigeria, to make sure that PVs, solar energy, is a mix in the power system. And there's a proof of concept in Ogun State where they have a mini grid that was part of the energy that's excess is being used by Max NG. They provide two-wheelers in the rural community. So it's a proof that it can work elsewhere. So energy will be coming not just from one source, but from many sources, especially where we in Nigeria today that we have abundance of radiation all through the air. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good question. So just for a general landscape, you know, when we think about automotive manufacturing in Africa, South Africa is massive, Egypt is big, Morocco is big. There's very limited manufacturing outside of there. Now, part of the issue too is definitions, right? So when we say manufacturing, what exactly do we mean, right? Which parts are being locally manufactured and so on. So what happens in a lot of countries in different vehicle segments is assembly, right? So like, the vast majority of motorcycles in Africa were assembled in Africa, and a few of those parts were locally manufactured, just a few, right? There's buses in many cases which are assembled in Africa. Fewer still, there are some cars that are assembled here. So, you know, you need to have some kind of structure that supports it overall, that you need to have like industrial policy that essentially the same as you would have for ICE automotive industry, right? You need to have something that's supporting them. Now, when it comes to battery manufacturing, this is a much more complicated issue. And part of the issue, again, is about definitions, right? So some people are doing what they call battery manufacturing, but I would call assembly. So what is in a battery, just for folks in the audience, you know, you have a battery cell, you have electronics, and then you have casing. And there's a few companies now which are doing battery assembly, which means that they import the cells, they import the electronics. In some very few cases, you have local electronics manufacturing. And then they put together with a battery pack, that part is always locally manufactured. They put together, you know, your battery, just a metal block with the cells in it. Now, the cell manufacturing is where the majority of the money is, where the majority of the technical needs are, and it is 80% of the world's EV fuel cell battery cells are coming from China. So this isn't just an Africa thing. This is a highly concentrated industry because it is very technologically complex. You know, to do battery cell manufacturing at scale at an affordable cost, you're looking at something between $500 million to $1 billion invested in a manufacturing plant. So this is a very complicated thing. But on the other side of it, you know, obviously there's a lot of lithium in Africa, there's cobalt in Africa. Right now, a lot of it is being exported raw. So to me, where I think it would be useful is, okay, yes, let's do the battery assembly. And then on the other side of it, I think we need to be talking about how do we do more lithium processing in Africa? How do we do that? And I think a key thing is we, need to be using things like the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to be getting supply together to get the scale to make it worth it. But quite frankly, the battery cell manufacturing in Africa will take decades. So that is not a short-term thing.
I totally agree with Tom. But I look at it from the demand side. Tom is extremely right in terms of using the African AFTA for short, the agreement. What we need to do is consolidate each of our markets and then be able to, if it's Nigeria is going to do manufacturing of batteries, let Nigeria manufacture batteries for Nigeria, Ghana, and the whole of the West African bloc. That then will make sense in terms of numbers. If it's East Africa, a country, Kenya, or Rwanda, Uganda, any country can do for that kind of bloc. That's when now the numbers need to start making sense. South Africa, the same. So for me, getting the demand is what will actually make sense for you to justify the more than $1 billion that Tom has spoken about. So, and that still goes now down to government. Let them get the vehicles in, let our people interact with this technology, let us take apart these battery packs. I don't know, but I'd ask the panelists what, because and maybe I do not have the answer for this, but maybe Tom might. But I'm wondering, is recycling a gateway towards actually going to get those kind of skills? Those are the questions that we really need to ask ourselves. So let us first of all get these vehicles into the country, let our people interact with them. From there, then, for me, I think once the numbers are here and they make sense, then now we can even begin to talk about manufacturing from a demand perspective. Thank you.
Okay. 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 Thank you for that question. For in the aspect of that, you checked out the importation. Well, the same question was posed to this the project manager in charge of that, and he highlighted the plans. You have the short term, the mid term, and the long term plan to sustainability, because whatever you start that is not sustainable over the years is going to fail. So we asked, why are you importing CNG, for instance? And he had to explain that, well, the importation itself is just like we mentioned, that Tom mentioned about manufacturing. Manufacturing is in different shades. You have semi-knockdown vehicles that, they come in to assemble. And, the vehicles, vehicles themselves have so many components, so many parts, the metal, the rubber, the electronic, and the likes. So when you have them knocked down at various sizes, you bring them in to assemble. It says that was their first priority. So going forward, their midterm plan is to have it plans where they can source at least 40% of the raw materials in country, you know. So at that point, you're starting to think of industrialization and doing your own manufacturing, getting raw materials to support it. So, so in that transition plan, that is what he gave. There's also plan, which not just plan, which they have started as at last week. They have increased the training centers where they will be doing the retrofit for the CNG, you know, maintenance and servicing. They have increased it from 7 centers to 14, and they had plans to continue to increase that. And their 10-year plan is to have, in 10 years, to have 25,000 technicians that can work in this sector. So you can see it's a very large market. It's intensive, you know, when we talk of CNG. Again, I want to mention about the battery. Just like Tom mentioned, battery technology is actually highly sensitive because of the safety that's involved in it. And just to let you know that I think it was last month, because we have in Nigeria, we have large deposit of lithium in Nigeria. There's this Chinese company that was doing extraction to export, but you know they have written an MOU with the federal government that in 18 to 24 months they are able to set up a factory for battery manufacturing in Nigeria. So for me, I see that as a plus. And just like John mentioned, it's going to be a huge market for especially the West African region, where it will serve the rest of the West African region through the African Free Trade Agreement. And so that will be a good one. But those plans need to be, you know, we need to have sustainable plans, workable plans, which will eventually lead us to the so-called promised land.
Thank you. I think I'll start that one, seeing that as I am in charging. I will keep using the word demand, honestly. So in Kenya, there was a project called the Last Mile Project. The Last Mile Project was a government project that was funded by the World Bank, in which they were basically trying to ensure that all the areas in the country have electricity. But now you go, you take the electricity, and once the electricity goes to the person, they're actually now charged 15,000. That's about $150 to make the connection. A lot of places and here we're talking about places in the village. Difficult. You see, so you see the power might be out there, but there's no utilization. I don't know if you get that. Secondly, just another stat that we have, about 90% of 90% of Kenya Power is our utility. 90% of their customers usually pay about $2 a day. I mean, $2 a month. So what you're seeing is that there is such a big investment, but the end user, can you imagine 90% people only paying less than $2 a month? So, so now I look at it in two ways, and this is not only for e-mobility. I'm talking about clean cooking as well. What would happen now is that you could actually spur demand. And with this demand that has been spurred from e-mobility, from clean cooking, you then now incentivize the utilities to be able to invest in the distribution lines. Now, when you invest in the distribution lines, what that means, you can actually now put in more renewable sources into the grid. You also at the same time catering for the demand that is going to come. So for me, I think that's a win-win. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I would like to speak to that energy access. Yes, yes. So in the course of our study for trying to push for e-mobility, everywhere we went, they were saying, where is the power? Because there's this myth about we don't even have enough power supply to power our homes. So where is this power coming from? And that's why there has to be there's a need to change the dynamics of the power mix to renewables. We have abundance of sun, and which large investment need to be made. Okay, why they had a situation like that in Kenya, which is similar to what we have in Nigeria, is because people see power supply as a social amenities that is a compensation from government, and that was how it was. You know, so they say, oh, did they give you light? They don't give you, buy it. You know, so people are used to saying, oh, government gave us light. You know, they provided light. So we see it as a cultural thing that is a social contract. Government should give us light. And we use it for free. But now you see, it's no longer sustainable. That's why even in Nigeria, there was this unbundlement and privatization of the distribution companies and the generation companies. Just a few weeks ago, they were marking the 10th year that thing was rolled out, you know. So, and those who are in those sectors are there to make money, because they are not Father Christmas giving money to they must pay their workers and also improve on their networks, you know. So as it stands today, the cost of energy, I tell you for free, across the globe is going up. Why?
All I would say is that, you know, I think that it's really instructive to look at both what
that give us, but people should be willing to pay. And that's why when you mentioned the social structure of, okay, some people, the rich are able to afford, you know, so there must be, the demand will increase, especially for us in Africa, that we have not really planned effectively, you know, to receive the e-mobility. Our power infrastructure need to be reinforced. We need to reinforce our power infrastructure and up the game. Else, we will not have power to power our homes, you know. So that's my take on that.
Thanks. Yeah, all I was going to say is that it's really instructive to look at what both John and Dapo have said, because this is a continent. We have very, very different issues across the continent, right? Uganda and Kenya have too much power and not enough consumption and not enough transmission. Nigeria has not enough power, right? So every context is very different, and that's something we always need to keep in mind.
sorry, if I can just add on to what just add another point. Tom has said something that is very, very right. The argument that I'm making is that by spurring demand for electricity, even if Nigeria, for instance, can say that they don't have enough power, but why don't they have enough power? Then people are not putting up the renewable energy generation. But you're not going to go and put up renewable energy generation because the distribution also is a problem, right? But then you need to be able to get reasons, and not just reasons speaking, but financial reasons. And those financial reasons are the usage, and that is the demand side. So that is my argument. Okay, yeah, so where do we go from here? African EV carried out one among the first technical training courses for technicians, EV technicians on the continent. It happened in May this year in Nairobi. I know that we're having another one in January in Nairobi, and we'll have others in Ghana and Nigeria. This is not just about training technicians. We have, the thing that I like about energy discussions is that once you start them, we all quickly switch over to money. Because money is a fact. Yeah, so, and the thing is, one of the reasons why we're doing that we saw was that banks in the country are not willing to finance EVs unless they have an after sale. So the thing that I'm saying is that whether the government subsidies will come or not, there are things that we can still do within our own spaces to be able to just prepare the road for what is inevitable. And from that training, now banks are seeing that, okay, maybe then we do have something. And that catalyst in January, funny thing is that the one that is happening in January, a number of the ICE dealers in the country are bringing their technicians for the training in January. So, yeah, so for me, it would be just anyone in anywhere that you can do, just look at an aspect of the problem. Problem are also opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, I take two quick shots. One, to build on what John said, it's I'll caption it strategic communication. You know, from the private sector side, especially from the banking sector, they have funds, but they don't understand the market. So they need to come close to understand what the EV market looks like. I can give you an example. In Nigeria today, I see one of the major banks going in this sector is Sterling Bank. They funded an EV output where they have solar-powered charging stations. For 6 months, they are saying people just come and charge for free, you know, because they understand the market. So that is key. They need to understand the market. The second point in closing is government regulations. There are a lot of things, I mean, government policies and regulations. There are a lot of things that government need to put in place to make to give investors the confidence that you are ready for this. also to give waivers in terms of import duties and the likes. And so if government put in those things, the environment will be set, to navigate us to the next bus stop in terms of clean energy, clean mobility system. Thank you. Thank you. John, let's keep in touch. Tom, let's keep in touch. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Definitely at the DAPO. I'm sure we'll be talking some more.
Yeah, thanks.
Chinenye, you're muted in case you are saying anything.
Oh, so sorry. Apologies. Just a second. It's confirmed that you can. Let me see if I can take out the glasses, if that's better. You can see me. I'm about to share my screen. Just a second. Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, sorry. My presentation is at the end of the page. Yeah. Yes, please. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, thank you very much. So the topic for this session is navigating opportunities, challenges, and prospects for sustainable energy solutions. And the key focus here is battery materials and manufacturing in Africa. Now, when I got this topic, it was really it was an interesting one for me because we know that there is the clamor for, transition to cleaner energy sources, but many times we don't really get to drill down as to the details, like how do we get there? What are the things we need to do? What are the things we need to change? What are the key things that we need to, to action to get us there? And the point or the discussion around battery materials and manufacturing is very fundamental to the transition process. And what role does Africa play in the entire scheme of things, right? For the most part, we know that batteries, most batteries that's currently being used within Africa are usually imported, right, imported at various from various countries, even though we know that Africa has is blessed with enormous resources. According to United Nations estimates, Africa holds more than 30% of global mineral reserves, including 5% of naturally occurring mineral reserves. And this speaks to a whole lot, that a whole lot of potential that Africa currently has. And if you look a little more on the statistics, it talks about Zimbabwe being home to Africa's largest lithium reserves, and other countries like Congo and even Nigeria, right? And so the question is, if we have so much reserve, then why aren't we making the best part of it? So essentially, what in terms of opportunities, I think I'll just go very straight to the point. What are the opportunities that we have? There's a workforce part of things. Of course, we know that Africa is made 60% of Africans rather are underage. When I mean underage, rather, are youths really. So they constitute a huge part of the workforce. So what does this mean for us? It means that we have an opportunity to leverage on our population, up the strength of the youth, to make up the workforce that is needed, to take advantage of the battery sector. One of the opportunities again is storage. Again, we know that renewable energy, right, is intermittent in nature, and for sustainability, and of course to make commercial sense, battery energy storage is very important, and this is where battery actually comes in. And so essentially battery is very important for the storage aspect of things. And there was another opportunity we can see is exportation. So currently we import. So I think the first place to actually start is having Africa being able to generate enough batteries, or rather manufacture enough batteries for its own use, and of course scale up to the extent of actually exporting to other countries. Then we talk about job creation, and it's just similar to the first point. There's foreign direct investment, that can actually happen if we pay more attention to the battery subsector. There's mobile power supply. Typically power supply is not something, electricity is not something that you can, that can be moved from one place to another. But with the introduction of storage systems, it's a lot more easier to store. Sorry, excuse me, just a second, please. Yes, thank you very much. So with mobile systems, or rather with batteries, with storage, you can see that it's easier to move electricity, power equipment up and down. I'm sure we know about the solar home systems, the Pico systems, and the batteries that we can now move around because of this technology. Then with local manufacturing is also an opportunity. Then quickly, I'll just just move down to, sorry, I just said. We then just also, focus on other opportunities we have. Recycling. This is a very key component. I'm aware that a number of countries within Africa are already taking advantage of it. And that's because, after the batteries are being used, what happens towards the end is important to actually recycle this so that it reduces the environmental impact on the ecosystem. Then technological advancements also have an opportunity. Technology is actually improving on a day-to-day basis. And the more we take advantage of the raw materials that we have, the more we're able to also take advantage of the technological advancement that comes with manufacturing batteries. I think the very important part of this entire presentation for me is understanding the value chain, because I believe that the essence of this session is to help us understand what does the battery subsector, if I may put it that way, looks like. What are the opportunities there? How can we break this down, right? And how can we identify these opportunities? What are the challenges in taking advantage of these opportunities, and how do we deal with that? So I kind of took some time to break down the value chain, right? So we have raw materials, extraction and processing, I won't have to go into all the details, but perhaps you can get the slides later on. Then we have the raw material. So this is where we have the mining of lithium, cobalt, and others. Then we also then have the component manufacturing. Now, so someone else, an organization can focus on extraction. Some other one can focus on manufacturing the component, like the container where, like the plastic or the metal, the electrolytes, the casing materials, the separators, and all of that is required for the system. Then we also have the cell production. Some other company can be focused on, the cell production of the batteries. There's also the assembly. Now, again, I believe so much that Africa can take advantage of any of the aspects of the value chain. We might not be able to get into the full-fledged manufacturing at this stage, but I believe that out of the entire value chain, Africa can actually pick up a particular component and then begin from there and then scale. So for instance, you can have battery pack assembly, even if we can't manufacture the cell or the components here, but it's possible to get all of these components and assemble them within Africa. Then the energy storage systems. So apart from creating the batteries, it's also possible to compact these batteries together to form storage systems, right? Then we also have distribution and logistics. Now, this is beyond, once the batteries are out of the manufacturing sector, right? The manufacturing company, rather, it moves into distribution, logistics, sales and marketing, installation and commissioning, after sales service and maintenance. All of these form part of the subsector of the battery manufacturing space, right? And I believe that, with breaking this down, it's important to then begin to decide which is the quickest win, which can we leverage on as quick as possible as Africa, and then move on to that. So I think this is also still part of the value chain challenges. We'll still talk about that during the session, but I've just highlighted a few of the challenges. Financing, we'll talk about that when we discuss the panelists. Social labor issues, these challenges are real, right? And that is why I remember encountering a foreign investor looking to do business in Nigeria. They were into storage systems, right? And I remember asking him and asked, why didn't you want to establish or manufacture locally? And guess what? He said it's cheaper for me to manufacture in, I think I remember what country now, and then import into Nigeria than manufacturing in Nigeria. So these are real issues, and so it's important that we highlight what the challenges are, specifically within the battery subsector, and then see how these things are addressed, right? We have global competition. How do we get to match up with global competitors out there, right? How do we create a niche for ourselves in Africa? Because again, we're just starting off, and then a lot of all these countries are already way advanced. So what can we do differently, right, to attract their attention? Technological innovation. How well are we ready, to take advantage of the ever-growing technology within this space? Infrastructure. I mean, we can go on and on, but I think what I also know, very important point I want to mention with respect to macroeconomic issues, and this is really the reality for us in many African countries, right? And these macroeconomic issues range from inflation, unemployment, inconsistent monetary policies, poor electricity supply. These things might not be directly related to batteries, right? But they indirectly impact on the ability of persons to manufacture locally in Africa. And it's important that we begin to pay attention to these things so that we're able to, attract the right kind of investment, not just external investment, but even locally, right? Let's say I'm in Nigeria and I want to set up a battery business here in Nigeria. How easy, how convenient is it for me to do that? How cost efficient is it, right? And how profitable is it for me as a Nigerian? Okay, so before then we begin to consider whether it is it is profitable or viable for a foreigner, right? In summary, really, the key point here is that Africa has so much potential. The world is moving to clean energy, and of course, battery plays a very important role in the entire scheme of things. But we need to really sit down and look at what can we practically do right, to take advantage of these opportunities. So we are not just receivers, right? We have the raw material. Sometimes they come, they mine, and they go away. But how do we, begin to take advantage of our resources, for our own benefit at the same time, taking advantage of the global market? So I'll just stop here and I say thank you so much again for your time in listening. And then I guess we can then go into the panel session. Mr. So here, one of the problems we're talking about. So how many do we have? How many panelists do we have now?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
All right. Thank you very much, my very esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for taking our time to come in on the call. So I know we just have 3 of us right now. So I'll just get
BCS music.
I'll just get started with you, Cecilia. Right. So please, could you tell us? I mean, I know I just made a very brief presentation, but what do you see as the potential for Africa, right, when it comes to battery materials and battery production? And in your view, why do you think these potentials have not been harnessed, up till now? I believe that these raw materials have been here for God knows how long, right? But up till now, as we speak, a lot of other countries have moved ahead, have made a lot of progress. But why are we still here? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Name. My name is Cecilia Manu. I'm the head of mini-grid projects from Engie Energy AICCEES. So if I give a bit background of Engie Energy AICCEES, so this is one of the leading pay-as-you-go and mini-grid solution provider in Africa. And we have a mission of delivering an affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy solution with exceptional customer experience. And we develop innovative off-grid solar solutions, which ranges from a caliber of people of different ranges, from homes, public services, institutions, businesses, schools, hospitals, as well as C&I, so the commercial industries. And also we enable the customers and the distribution partners to access an affordable and reliable energy service. At the moment, we actually have footprints in Africa in the 9 markets, and we impact around over 10 million lives, and we have a very, very, very ambitious aim of impacting around 20 million lives by 2025. Yeah, so on the mini-grid solutions part, I would say, given that the mini-grid solutions are mainly in the off-grid market, it is very, very crucial to have the storage. So storage plays a really important role because given that these projects are in the off-grid places, then it is very important that we have the monitoring solutions, and this also having the storages that they can have reliable energy at all times. So this is also very important. In terms of the question that you mentioned about the potential, I would say, as you mentioned, the presentation is actually very, very nice, and you captured most of the content that I had. So Africa is endowed with abundant resources. In terms of harnessing of the potential, I would say there's a huge, huge potential. And at the moment, we actually started doing that harness. So if you look at where do we source our storage? So we actually source our storage in Africa. And why Africa? It's because we're looking at the local content, of course, and it's something to do with the lead time, which is easier sourcing from Africa. So given that we have very, very limited manufacturer, though they're there, very few, but then we still have a huge potential, and we have about half of Africa, I would say, is still in the darkness. So, and mini grid proved to be a solution whereby the mini grids cannot work alone without having a storage, because looking at sources of the renewable energy for mini grids, most of them are mainly wind and solar. And because of the intermittent nature of these sources, then it becomes very, very important to have storage. So with the demand and the potentiality of energy in Africa, then comes in the storage as well. So there's huge potential to that. But I would say the limiting factor is again what was mentioned earlier, the financial constraints, because the raw materials are available, but it requires huge worth investment to, I don't have the figure with me, but all understand it has been very, very challenging for manufacturing to produce the batteries, for instance, locally. But then, given that we have the value chain, it's not necessary that factories would have to take the production of the batteries throughout the process across the value chain until the finished product. With the bilateral arrangement with different countries, like those industrialists that already produce these products with experience, and they have been into the market for years and years, then it might be very, very important to have those synergies to be able to produce the storage in Africa. And I'm pretty sure that as well will reduce the cost, which at the moment plays a huge important role in the capex. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe I'll just take Willie. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on the challenges, or rather, what do you think are the hindrances to Africa, harnessing the potentials with respect to battery manufacturing in Nigeria? Cecilia had just mentioned about financing. Financing is a big issue, of course. It costs a lot of money, and again, the local banks in Africa, sometimes in particular Nigeria, sometimes are not able to, finance this, right? So, for many reasons, really. So, in your view, are there other challenges, other issues that have, prevented Africa from taking advantage of its natural resources with respect to batteries, rather, in this scenario?
Okay. Hello. Please, heard clearly. Can you indicate if you can hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Willie. I'm a project manager at AICCEES Global Nigeria Ltd, AICCEES. It is actually a conglomerate in Nigeria that focuses on different cutting-edge products and services. It has four distinct standalone brands that covers renewable energy, construction, software, and professional trainings. And in the area of renewable energy and, of course, energy storage and battery manufacturing, we also have an alignment, a very good alignment on that. Prior to one of our brands, AICCEES Renewable Energy, which looks into addressing some of the challenges within that sector. So thank you very much. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be part of this session. So I want to add a little bit to what Cecilia has said. There has been Africa has a lot of storage and battery manufacturing. I would just list a few to add to what she said. I know we have resource availability, of which you have also captured in your presentation. We have Africa is so rich in certain resources that are crucial for energy storage technology, like lithium, like cobalt, and other minerals that are used in battery manufacturing. So we have these as a key opportunity, and we also have available markets. There's also available market which is also an opportunity in Africa to really advance in this area. And another opportunity, I would say, labor availability. You have captured that in your presentation. We have this human resource, we have the labor, we have the hands to actually get work done. And lastly, I would say we have the availability of space. So you see, look around Africa, we have a lot of landmass and free virgin land space where planned projects can actually be initiated upon. So Africa has a lot of opportunity and potential when it comes to this concept. So I think the challenge, or I would say the challenges that has really not like that has affected that has hindered the growth on this area is one, I would say there's poor foreign collaboration. If you look at it, you agree with me that China is a principal manufacturer when it comes to battery, when it comes to other renewable energy components like solar panels, lithium batteries, and other forms of batteries, and inverter systems. So China has the highest globally, the highest manufacturing force. So I see that one of the challenges Africa has not really had this much of collaboration with this. There's no Africa-China collaboration to really bring this innovation, these technologies, and these plants back home to see how we can, generate or produce or manufacture the components at home. So that is one very key challenge that has hindered the progress of battery manufacturing and development. And another thing is the financial constraint, of which Cecilia has mentioned. You have also mentioned in your presentation. It has really contributed to the challenge of Africa not being able to, really tap from this potential that it has. And I think another challenge is awareness. There's been very poor awareness when it comes to renewable energy and energy storage. A lot of homes and businesses in Africa needs to properly be aware. They need to be sensitized, and so that they see the reason for from the traditional ways of generating electricity or storing energy to actually moving in the direction of sustainability. So this has been the major opportunities and the challenges that has hindered the development.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, really. I hear you, when you say that's one of the opportunities that we have available markets, and that's really the truth, because you see that from the records, statistics states that over 600 million Africans are without power, and these real markets, real markets, and
serious markets.
yes, and then your second point on collaboration, is very important. And this, so coming back to you, Mr. Bello Suleiman, I think the question is, okay, this is my question. So we talked about that there is a market, right? And there is need for collaboration. And so the question is, so why haven't we had so many collaborations? Because I'm aware that a lot of foreign investors are always looking to come into Nigeria. I'm sorry, I'm always speaking about Nigeria. Come into Africa here, because the focus here is Africa, not Nigeria, right? Okay, to come into Africa to invest, you hear them engage in conferences like this. We know that there is a market. So, but why haven't we seen closed deals? Why haven't we seen real life projects so far? What are the issues, that have hindered, these collaborations, that have hindered, investors taking advantage of these available markets? Suleiman, can you hear me?
So, I am at the Center for Renewable Energy, by University Kano. So I think this question is kind of up my side, definitely, because I'm from the university. Collaborations normally take place between industries and institutions, or institutions from different places around the world. So why we don't have collaborations?
Or rather, why the collaborations sometimes don't yield results?
Yeah, speaking from experience, the money is there, the partners are there waiting for collaboration from us, maybe in the university or in the industry. But unfortunately, there are a lot of, how will I say, some set rules attached to this, maybe collaboration, maybe winning this grant.
Hello, sir, I think you're frozen.
Oh my God. Hello, am I audible?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties here with my internet. So like I said, there are some attached set rules and criteria for these collaborations. These foreign collaborators Hello? Oh my God.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can go on. We can hear you.
So the center I work for was engaged with a collaboration with World Bank for a grant in production of some solar power pumps. So unfortunately, the criteria is set for this collaboration. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Well, you're breaking the words. Hello? Okay, I think we lost him. All right, so we can see time. We'll just move on and then.
Nutshell. Institutions and industries, they fail to meet up with these criteria set by these international organizations in order for us to access.
Okay, I think I try and make out what Suleiman is speaking about. So the question was, why haven't these collaborations yielded results and all of that? And I think one key point he noted is that many times the terms of these collaborations are very onerous, in that some of the African countries or collaborators are unable to meet this criteria. And honestly, I totally agree, and I've seen this play out, before me several times. You see a lot of investment opportunities, grants here and there, but then when you look behind at the criteria, it can be very enormous and can act as a bar to people applying, particularly the startups, the smaller companies. I remember trying to apply, a client trying to apply at some point, and then you're asked to ensure you must have done 1,000 or 500 projects. So imagine a company just starting up. How is that feasible, really, right? So this just speaks to one thing. Africa needs to begin to look inwards to see how they can develop Africa-tailored solutions. So this coming back to you, Celia, right? So we understand, like you rightly said during your first session, you rightly said that one of the major challenges is financing constraints. So what, in your view now, looking at from the African perspective, what can we do internally, really, to raise the necessary kind of funding that is required to boost this market across the value chain? Because again, the value chain is spread across, and I believe that the capital required for each aspect of the value chain is different. For instance, the fund required to set up a manufacturing company is different from the fund required to set up, just some components or part of it, or even to assemble. So in your view, what do you think are the options that, that we can begin to explore as Africans to take advantage of these opportunities?
Thank you very much, Chinenye. So how I see it is the challenge of just picking a part or a portion in the value chain is this is a series that works all the way until you have the product at the end. So it is very challenging that you're going to respond to a specific process in the value chain. In the process of battery manufacturing, you need to have a calculation from the production point of, from the mining point of view of the raw material to the end. So this is where the challenge comes in. When I say the financial constraint, it's if you break it down to the value chains, it becomes a little bit easier and manageable at manufacturing level. But it's very difficult because you have to complete the whole cycle to have a product at the end. So this is where the challenge comes in. And because you're going to mine, it's about mining the raw materials. For instance, if you look at the lithium, the nickel, etc., there's also some limitations in terms of the policies. How are they going to react to the environment? You have different ministries that work around all this. It's a mining process, and how is it in terms of the environmental impact, and how is it in terms of the technological process of harnessing mining the raw materials. So it has to do with favorable framework at the local countries, and also supporting. So it should be a government support to enact favorable frameworks or policies that will attract investments and will attract a partnership with experienced manufacturing countries, say in China. Because we also, for instance, in Tanzania, we have some interesting partners that are willing to set up a manufacturing company of battery storage here in Tanzania. It's still very premature, but something else that I would also add is, when you look at, for instance, solar PV we see today, which is very much known all over, and we have production easy, etc. It's because there are a lot of awareness created by then. So now that the storage is coming up and picking up, also interest are being gained. The only challenge that is missing is the literature. We have very, very limited literature. For instance, if you look at the e-cooking, the mobility, e-mobility, etc., there are a lot of literatures around it. So you can have a lot of insights, but then we still have limitations on the battery manufacturing, the whole process across the value chain, and limited, I would say, literature around the whole process or the manufacturing space. So I really concur with what William said. It's really right about awareness. It is really, really important. In my place, someone will tell you about solar PV as if it's about how you can drink water. But when it comes to storage, it's a different story. It's very difficult for someone to explain how is the storage working to an installation or to an energy solution.
Well, thanks a lot. So I hear you, and so first thing is awareness, and when you look at this from the perspective of financing, we find out that many financial institutions don't even know how battery works, battery system or manufacturing works, and it's very difficult for a financier to give out funds for something that a business or a business model that they do not understand, right? So before now, we see that a lot of financial institutions don't even finance anything renewable energy or solar because they didn't just understand the workings, right? But as more knowledge is shared, a lot of people are more willing to, they understand the risk, they're able to mitigate their risk, and they know how to price those transactions, right? And then giving the money. So I think what we're taking away from here is the fact that we need to get the message out to potential financiers, to potential investors, to understand that there is a market as this, and then the funds can then begin to come in. I think on that point, I also like to maybe I'll just let Willie. What do you think in terms of financing? What can we do, as Africans first to ensure that there's available funding, not just funding, but funding with the right terms to encourage investment, to encourage entrepreneurs to come within the battery space. Yes, Willie, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I was saying thank you very much. I just want to add a bit to what Cecilia said already. Awareness is one key thing that has to be taken into consideration. You also said something. It sometimes looks very difficult for financing institutions to, donate funds or donors, international donors to, really invest in renewable energy. Yes, it is very true. So I want to come in from the perspective of the organization or say the manufacturer or the startup who is which is outsourcing funding or investment. I think one key thing to take into consideration is innovation. There are some startups in Africa that really has to step outside of the world of its level of innovation, show excellence, show some level of advancement. When it comes to funding, a lot of organizations, funding institutions, and donors look out for these key things. So when you have, when you are innovative, maybe if you're coming up with a product or a project, it has to be innovative. It has to be sustainable. So international organizations look out to these features in your product or your my company AICCEES just got recognition, international recognition by the Invest India and International Solar Alliance. This was made possible through a product we are building, and this product is very innovative. We looked at the market and we checked what is available in the market, and we looked at the challenges and came up with a solution, and looks very, very innovative. In fact, at some point we were surprised that among every other startups that also looking to get this recognition, AICCEES was one among the only three countries, or only three startups in Nigeria that were selected among the 20 in Africa. So innovation is key. Innovation is key. So organizations, startups has to step out of the box and present itself as being viable, as being innovative enough, as being excellent in what it does. And you see, there are a lot of funding opportunities that can be assessed when you prove this level of excellence. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. This is very helpful. And for everyone on the call, it's important to note this. As much as there's this quote I love a lot. I can't remember his name again, but he said money flows to the path, or just same way electricity flows to the area of less resistance, right? Money also flows to places of less resistance. So I think as much as possible, for business owners, startups, is important. As much as we want the right investment, we must be correctly packaged, right? The number of boot camps and opportunities that you can hone your skills in this regard to put up a very viable business proposal. So first is we need to understand, many times with Africans is that we want quick wins, just put in something and then it gets out immediately. Sometimes some of these things takes time to grow. So the first thing that we rightly noted is awareness, to build knowledge. We've seen now that there is scarcity of knowledge, of materials, like Cecilia said, within this sector. So we need to see a lot of people beginning to write on this topic, right? Write on it and then develop good knowledge, on sound understanding of the sector, build a business model that works, and then present it, okay? And so that we can have a lot more people coming in. So thank you so much, Willie, for that. So I'm back to you, Suleiman. I believe you can hear us now and your network is better.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I switched to another network. So.
Okay, so this question goes to you right now. Okay, so we've talked about financing, which is a very key factor. So let's assume, all the monies are available. Do you think that we are technically, positioned, right, to get into battery manufacturing, at a scale that will attract global attention? Do you think that we have the technical capacity? And if you think that we don't, what do you think can be done to bridge that gap?
So thank you very much for this opportunity. So unfortunately, I'd say we don't have that capacity. We don't have the capacity to go into battery manufacturing in large scale. Why? Because of the absence of experts in the field. So I'll give you an example. I attended a science fair organized by Kano State Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. They invited institutions, students, and entrepreneurs from the general public to come and showcase their ideas. So there are a lot of innovations in the ideas being showcased, but looking at it, you're going to see it has a lot of fine-tuning that needs to be done. So I think in the area of capacity building, like developing capacity, we are kind of lacking. So like I said, from Center for Renewable Energy, we are taking a radical approach to the issue of lack of technical. We are developing some professional courses, which is going to be like 50% theory, 50% practical. We want to have a hands-on skills being impacted to the general public. So I think if we're going to... Hello?
Use my charger. Yes.
Yes, so I think if you're going to look at our curriculum, I think in the universities and other...
Sorry, Mr. Willie, please could you mute? I think we have some noise from the background. Thank you. You can go on, sir.
Yes, I said if you can look and revise our curriculum, instead of just giving these theories to our students and our potential entrepreneurs and workers at the battery manufacturing organization and other like places, we can look into our curriculum, revise this curriculum, try to make it more hands-on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm communicating.
Yes, you are.
So, like I said, I saw a lot of projects there, which, if given the proper knowledge and skills, you're going to see a lot of innovation coming from us.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot needs to be done on the capacity building. This is a call on our universities, on our polytechnics, and other non-conventional learning centers to look at how we can develop these skills in all sectors, not just in battery manufacturers. We have a lot of supply chain in renewable energy, batteries, solar PV, or what have you. So And that's my take, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. This is very helpful. And it's just interesting to see how everything we're talking about runs like a thread, right? Because technical capacity is extremely important. And so without technical capacity, you can't put up the right proposal, right? And nobody's going to finance you, right? Without technical capacity, you can't, and even if we have investors coming in to build plants in Africa, they'll just end up importing expatriates to work here. And there is really no local capacity to take advantage of that. So this means that there's still a lot of groundwork that needs to be done before Africa can get to a place where we're manufacturing batteries on a large scale. And for everyone on the call, because for me, for sessions like this, I'm very interested about takeaways, okay? It's not just for us to gather and do a lot of talking, but what do we want to do after we're done from here? Right. So for those of us on the call, an opportunity, within this space first is knowledge development. So if it means taking up a course in the area of battery manufacturing, you could take up a course, your doctorate or something, come back, set up an academy or some course to train people. Is an area where we need to start from somewhere, right, to build this up gradually. And then also, it's also important for us to now, for those of us who are in the education sector like Suleiman, is, to begin to see how do we begin to introduce practical, these studies within our curriculum. I was so excited when I saw someone told me I studied renewable energy in school. Back, many years back, you wouldn't find that in universities, right? You can find oil and gas and the likes, right? But now we're beginning to see that. So I think we need to probably tailor it down more to begin to study things around. I'm not an engineer, right? I mean, I'm a lawyer. Oh, I never even introduced myself. Well, I can do that at the end, but I believe that we can have courses that narrowly tailored towards storage systems, so that people can develop bespoke skills that can be beneficial. So thank you, everyone. So I will still come back to you, Cecilia. I don't know how much time we have, Mr. Osa. I don't know, but just one more question before we go. Right. So I'm sure you have experiences, you've read books, and so I don't know, for other countries, other continents, right, where this battery storage or storage systems are thriving, like we say China. I know India does a lot of that as well as a few other countries. What do you think these countries have done differently, right? Whether in terms of policy, whether in terms of law, of incentives, I don't know, whatever it is. What do you think these countries have done differently that Africa can learn from, right, to prepare us to take advantage of this? Because we can't afford to be sitting on gold and then crying of poverty at the same time, right? So I'll start with you, Cecilia. What do you think? What from your experience, what do you think we can do?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll still circle back to the point of having some manufacturing mindset at government levels, so that they can enact some favorable environment to the manufacturing to attract investments. How I see it, even if you look at China, at India, they started somewhere, and there's a lot of support, because before you do any industry, manufacturing or factoring, there must be a lot of enabling environment that can persuade investors to do or to develop a manufacturing or a factory in that particular area. Because if you look at African continent, we have the resources. What matters most is, where are the raw materials? We have them. We have the forced labor. We lack the technology. We lack the technology. We lack the expertise, which this can be enhanced through collaborations, yes. So once we have those kind of environment that favors, for instance, collaboration, then I think this would ease the transfer of knowledge. And I was also thinking about the Centers for Renewable Excellency, whereby they speak a lot about the sources of renewables. They can also speak about storages and the manufacturing process, because today we speak about renewable sources a lot, and this is, of course, it's really crucial as far as the climate changes, resilience, and mitigations are concerned. But then if you look at, okay, the solar and wind, you need to have reliability throughout. Then storage comes in automatically. We need to pitch the same, with the same note, and giving the same equality when it comes to storage. So I would urge even the Center for Renewable to also transfer or give a lot of training about the manufacturing of the batteries. What takes to be a battery, what are the components, and how can we source them, how can they be produced, at least to foster those kind of skills to the youngsters, these people can also be part of the workforce when we have the collaborations, and thereafter we can have this transfer of knowledge, but also the transfer of expertise to be able now to stand on our own feet. Because I know with the demand, we already have the demand. We cannot talk about, is demand questionable? No, demand is there and demand is abundant. So how can we tap this untapped potential? So we still have to start from somewhere. And I would think about that to be an angle to begin with, because we are all over that. We cannot think of where can be a starting point. We are missing a starting point. And so, for instance, we have some manufacturing already. So given an example of Solar MD, which is in South Africa, we already have a starting point that we can have some learnings from there. We can actually would have someone from there to come in this panel and speak about how is the process, what challenge did they face, what learning from them and understand better. So this kind of transfer knowledge, understanding, this also can also help us to understand what is really happening in the manufacturing of battery, that sector. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'll just let us go. We'll take that same question round. Willie, what do you think? Are there other things that what have other countries done, other continents done that we can learn from to do within the African region?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think let me start from the what other countries have actually done, of which we in Africa has not done, and then talk about what we can do. So first, I feel that there's no effective. These other countries have this effective capacity building for its young professionals. Okay, so they have this system where young professionals are being tutored, just like Cecilia mentioned. I think Cecilia or Chineye, that some study renewable energy. So there should be this opportunity for young persons in Africa to actually get access to learning opportunities. There should be that system. So that is what other countries have leveraged. They have these professionals who are very much experienced due to availability of courses, trainings, and different kinds of opportunities that the professionals learn from. Now, another thing is a supportive government policy. Most of these countries, China, India, Germany, they have very strong policies that support their innovation, that supports technology. So now, if we in Africa are looking into tapping into this ecosystem, we need to effectively build our capacity. We need to build the capacity of this more than this 50% young persons that we have in Africa. We need to build their capacity in terms of technical know-how. So we need to also advocate for government policies that are supportive to renewable energy development. Renewable energy storage made possible this for implementation. So now, what is done, we look at what other countries like Germany done. How did they do? Where are they now? Where were they in the past decade? What was the approach? What strategy did they adopt? Now we, as a beginner, we can now begin to adopt the same strategy or even advance the strategy in our strategy and approach. But first, we need to learn from what they did. We need to learn from how they did it, and then we can now begin to talk about collaboration with, just like what I said earlier, collaboration with countries like China, collaboration with India, and the rest of other countries that are really, top of the list when it comes to renewable energy. Then I think Africa can take off from there.
All right, thank you very much. Just before I hear from you, Suleiman, please, I don't think I mentioned that at the beginning of the session. Please feel free to drop questions in the chat box if you have any, and then we'll take them in the course of the conversation. Yeah. So thank you so much, really. I hear you, and there's really we need to learn. And I was just thinking about it. I'm not sure this country started this way from the beginning. Everything that we see all big and blown up means that they started working many years back, and everything they put together has then brought about what we see today. So for us, we need to backtrack again and begin to look at what we need to do. Speaking about what you talk about, capacity building. Interestingly, speaking of Nigeria now, there are a number of institutes here. There's this particular one called NAPTIM also, NAPTIM, yeah, by the federal government. Now, I am not sure, because I remember speaking to someone from there some time back, and I'm not sure if they have anything on energy storage. Now, I don't know. But what you typically see is transmission, distribution of electricity, and the likes. So I think we need to be more deliberate and intentional in developing courses that are tailored to this, because once there is knowledge, ideas will begin to pop up. Someone who doesn't know about anything will not even have an idea in that regard, right? So let me hear you again, Suleiman. What do you think? What are the practical things that other countries have done that you think we can take up on and to better position us for this?
So I think education and skill development cannot be overemphasized. So there needs to be some incentive for students to study the STEM courses, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There should be scholarship by the government, because take an example like in India. I think they have the highest rate